Who've ever had too much fun rooting for the USA and a pair of kachucks? Go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. Happy Friday. It is almost mice down, drinks up time. We made it here to the weekend. Don't forget, folks, it's a long weekend for us traders because the market is closed on President's Day. So don't forget that. But before that happens, we got an entire session to go through. We got some news. We got NVIDIA shaking up some small cap stocks. That should be super fun. And of course, we've got Mark Petrino and the stock of the day. Let's just get to it. Good morning and happy Friday, folks. Sebastian, we're going to go with what you said. Happy Faloona Friday. We're going to spread that happy Faloona Friday love to the entire chat. How are we doing, chat? How are the pancakes this morning? Kayla, good morning. Welcome back. Jim, it's good to see you and everyone else in here. I agree. Sebastian, good morning. Paul, good morning. Let's get those tendies. Let's get it. Sun-kissed Yogi, good morning. Chuck, good morning. Big Bees. Oh, Big Bees. Good morning. Took the day off yesterday. Wasn't feeling well. It's Friday. Let's get it. Happy Valentine's Day. You know, I guess I should have opened up with that, right? Happy Valentine's Day to everybody out there. Big Bees. We were shouting you out yesterday for hymns. What an amazing long call at 42. You must be having a great Valentine's Day yourself. An amazing call that you made with our group here. Big Bees. Keep it up. That was spectacular. Couch Potato, good morning. Welcome back. Florida Yacht Insurance Guy. Locked in. Love it. Good morning. Drew, good morning. Bernhard, good morning. Ken, Charles, good morning. Keep smiling. Good morning. Diamond Hotline, checking in early. I love it. Gary, good morning. Reaching Financial Freedom, good morning. Producer, good morning. Of course, boss. Shadowed One, good morning. Vera, good morning. Nice to see you again. Philip, Daramug, SR, good morning. River, Allsorts, Christina, good morning. Let's go ahead and dive right in, folks. I am pumped up today. The Four Nations hockey tournament at night is awesome. USA really kind of beat that ass yesterday. So that was super fun. And now it's Friday and we are going to make some more money. And I am stoked. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. First, we're going to take a look at the SPY. We are teasing a breakout. Jose, good morning. Keith, good morning. Nabil, good morning. Hustle and Bustle, good morning. And 3D, good morning. Checking in here. All right. SPY is teasing a breakout here. We actually did print new all-time highs in the pre-market here at 611.15 was actually the high print, but that doesn't count. The all-time high is still the one set from Friday, January 24th at 610.78. That level today is going to be key. Are we able to get up over that level and then maybe break out? Now, the futures here are under a little bit of pressure here this morning, although they are up off the lows. So we'll see if the buy the dippers step in here and make this a green Friday. Remember, we want to make sure that that happens. We want to stay nimble here today because we do have a long weekend and perhaps there could be some selling ahead of that long weekend. We shall see. But this is what we're going to look for. Downside area here, 604.04 is going to be your 20-day moving average. We shall see. We did finally break out yesterday and close above that Friday mother candle that we had spent a majority of the week in. So really good stuff here. It looks like we're trying to break out. We'll see if we get that here today. Like I said, futures are under a little bit of pressure, but we've seen the market buy that and actually take that higher here. So we'll see if we get a volatile start. Also had an analyst dismissing chances of a 20+% S&P gain for a third year in a row, but says investors should be optimistic. Lynn and Randy, who sometimes joins our chat here in the morning, they spoke to their financial advisor and delivered the report. Their financial advisor group was saying that, yeah, there might be a correction, but the overall trend is still up. So there is definitely some optimism out there, and there is definitely some pessimism out there. And yet, you guessed it, that is what makes a market. I am going to start off today with another interesting Ryan Dietrich stat here. He is the master at coming up with some of these. The S&P 500 is about to be up more than 3% year to date on Valentine's Day. Why does this matter? It happened 32 other times, is what he meant to say there. And the rest of the year was higher in 30 of them. Nearly a 94% of the time, the rest of the year is green. So here you go. When the S&P 500 returns year to date are above 3% on Valentine's Day, the only other year in which those where the rest of the year finished with a negative return, 1987 and 2011. So if you're someone that plays the odds, if you're a gambler, if you're someone that, again, just kind of focuses on probability, this is a good chart for you, and this bodes well for the rest of the year. Now, obviously, what's happened in the past is not indicative of what's going to happen in the future, but we're going to keep all of those stats on our side, and we're going to check in with all of them. ATL Russ, good morning. It's great to see you. Tanya, good morning. Crimp Biscuit, good morning. Brandy, Marcus Aurelius, Nomad, Jane, Jacob Austin, Yassine Hugh, and Dal One. Good morning. ATL Russ, Ryan, you're from Chicago. There was a show called Romper Room in the old days. The shout out reminds me of the teacher on that show calling out the kids' names. Never saw the show. My thought with calling out the names here, I want this to feel as if we're all part of the same community. And so if I don't say good morning to you, then I'm just some babbling talking head on the screen. What fun is that? Let's make this a little bit different. Let's make it a little bit more personable and a little bit more fun. That's my attitude towards it anyway. Someone was in here the other day saying that they prefer smaller communities because there's more interaction. And I would hope that our channel is the bastion of that. I hope that we show that on a regular basis. I want to include all of you. The one thing that I've learned in my 10-year career trading is that you can always learn something from somebody else. It doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter what they specialize in. And it doesn't matter how long they've been doing this. There is something to be had from those discussions. And I've made plenty of money from trades just from having discussions with other people. I bring that entire energy to this show. That's just something that I try to do. I bring that to the happy hour show. I bring that to the Benzinga ecosystem. I never turn that off. We're here to help one another. And if you're not here to help one another, then frankly, you're in the wrong place. So, but good stuff. Good shout out. Love it. Okay. And we will talk about GameStop. Don't worry. We got blessed with some news here on that. Okay. Let's dive into some of the news. The first thing that I want to share with you here is going to be Tesla Uber. Let me go ahead and throw that here in the chat. All right. So first of all, big shout out to Izzy. He's been on Uber. He's been telling us about Uber. It continues to move up. We continue to get positive news flow here on Uber. And now we have some more here. So Uber Technologies CEO Dari Khosrowshahi, I'm pretty sure I got that one right. Expressed optimism for a potential partnership between ride-hailing company and Tesla, where the latter would deploy its autonomous vehicles on the Uber platform. So this seems very much like Waymo, except there's going to be driverless Teslas under the Uber flag. As you can imagine, this is positive here. Both companies, I believe, are trading up here in the pre-market. Let me take a look on this. Uber is actually flat, but Tesla is up here. Ultimately, we're hoping that my charm and economic arguments gets Tesla to work with us as well. If they want a direct channel, no problem. Khosrowshahi said that while adding he does not wish to compete against Tesla if he can help it. CEO was speaking in an interview with Ben Thompson on Monday. So this is interesting. This is definitely something to watch. I would imagine these continued headlines would be continued tailwinds for both of these stocks. It seems like the self-driving stuff is really, really popular, despite my aversion to it. Nonetheless, we'll see here what this actually does. Uber's been on an absolute tear recently. And actually, let's take a look at some of those charts. Let's do that here real quick. Let's go back to this. We'll share this, and let's take a look at both the Uber and the Tesla chart and see what we can figure out here. Here's Uber. And you can see we are at a spot, folks. We are at a previous breakout level where we put in a triple top. We actually gapped above that level. I believe this was on earnings, the last earnings report here. We gapped above that, printed a high at near 87, and we pulled all the way back almost to the 500. This actually was an excellent area to enter. By the way, just to kind of continue with our discussion from yesterday regarding volume profile, look at the volume shelf. The volume shelf and the volume point of control holding up here. This actually is a really good example of this. I should have led with this one yesterday, frankly. This is previous resistance that is now acting as support. Look how good the support was on this when Uber came back in. One thing to watch here, if we can break above this 82, let's call it 82 and a quarter, I think your next move here is going to be the all-time high. And if we break above that, 90 plus and maybe even 100 magnet taking us up there. So we'll see here on Uber. It's been great so far. A little bit of a pullback today that doesn't break down would actually kind of set the stage for this to spring higher. One other thing to think about, I know I was just talking about having a long weekend here. The other thing is, don't forget, some of the news flow that we got this week is that Trump and Putin are going to talk about ending the war in Ukraine. And I suspect that if we get a headline about that being close or being done over the extended weekend, market is probably going to react positively to that initially. And I say initially because it might snuff out some other things afterwards. But I would imagine that the end of war headline would represent a pop here in the market. So I don't know what kind of percentage we have for that this weekend, but that's something to consider. And that might actually affect almost all of the stocks that we're going to take a look at here today. The other one that we're going to take a look at here is Tesla. And boy, oh boy, the move down here to that 100-day was great. We recaptured it the very next day. We've actually bounced pretty well now. And it looks like we've got our eyes set on 385, which is going to be pretty much the 20-day moving average here. The 50-day moving average, not far above it there at 402. So huge bounce off the 100-day. Grats to anyone that played that. That was a really good trade. And the RSI here on this chart telling you we got plenty of room for this one here. So this will be interesting to see if we can get a nice move here in Tesla. It is up in the pre-market here by just about 2%. You can see the pre-market highs. This would be another level to watch here today, just to see if we can pop above 363 and 3/4 there, 363.75, that upside level there on Tesla. So keep that one in mind too. By the way, from that article, Dari also said that no one wants to compete against Elon. We kind of talked about that recently, and I know that that's one of the big bull cases here, especially over the next 4 years for Tesla, is that will probably be in a favorable position. Okay, let's see. What did I miss here? Wise words. Okay. We all get to tell our kids that someone on YouTube knows who we are. And that's street cred. Hustle and bustle. I didn't even think about that. That is absolutely fantastic. Now I'm even more excited that we've been doing it that way. That is absolutely hilarious. It totally reminds me of Romper Room. Okay, cool. Good stuff there. And good morning again to everybody here. Really, really good stuff here early from the group. Okay, let's also talk about GameStop, because this was probably the big piece of news that happened overnight. Or I guess in the afternoon. By the way, when we start here at the daily chart, look where we're starting on GameStop, right? Look where we are right here. Look where the price is. Volume shelf, volume point of control. Pretty good. Pretty good spot here. We'll see where we end up going on GameStop. Now, the news here, GameStop shares trading higher following a CNBC report suggesting that the company is considering investing in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. This actually would be pretty good. Shout out to Triple D, who was talking about this ahead of that news. That was a really good call. Shout out. GameStop, you can see, spiked up here to about 31.5. It's retraced some of that move, but it is kind of grinding higher here. So considering Bitcoin, crypto investment, we'll see. Let's take a look at the story here, see if there's anything else that was worth mentioning here. Obviously, there are some other companies that have been doing this, and it's done well for them, especially at times when Bitcoin is hot and trading to highs. One of the things that's going on here is that it looks like he met with Michael Saylor. So here, speculation is that GameStop has considered buying Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies has risen in recent years. The company changed its rules on its cash balance to give CEO Ryan Cohen control over trading the company's cash balance into stocks and crypto. So it looks like they've been setting up for this. Cohen recently posted a photo with MicroStrategy co-founder and chairman Michael Saylor on X, prompting further speculation that the crypto move could be coming. MicroStrategy, which is changing its name to Strategy, is the largest corporate holder of Bitcoin, and it is the largest by a long shot. I'll give you that resource here again for any of you that might have lost it or for any of you that are new. Just to give you an idea, MicroStrategy or Strategy or whatever the hell they want to be called, they own 2.28% of all Bitcoin. They own 478,740. 478,740. The next highest company is Mara, good old Mara. They own 40,400. So it is more than a 10x leverage. Here's the site that we've been using for that. This one came from 13. It's a good one. And I'll tell you something else. That treasuries.bitbo.io, they update that stuff promptly. As soon as MicroStrategy reported their last earnings and announced their Bitcoin reserve went up, that site was updated almost in real time. So here we go. Is this going to help for GameStop? What is this going to mean for GameStop in the future? Here's what I do know right now. I'm not sure how this is actually going to pan out. I'd love to hear your opinion on that. I'd love to have a discussion about that. But what I will say here is that this is now going to be tied. If they end up doing this, this stock is going to become more and more tied to Bitcoin. Remember, it still has the meme angle. So I would expect even more volatility through this name and then other names that this touches should this go ahead. We shall see. Nabil is asking, anyone know what happened to Serve 8.9? Yes, I've got that on deck. There's actually 3 stocks that are related to that, and we're going to cover that here pretty soon. Actually, I think we're going to cover that next. Let me just, in fact, I think I'm done with this. Okay, we'll take a look here at GameStop. And you know what? We might actually ask Anne-Marie if there's an option trade to be had here, given this newsprint. I know those GameStop earnings are very, very liquid, so we should have no trouble with that. Okay, let's go back to Pro here, and let me set the stage and answer the question here for Nabil. So you were asking about Serve. It's all about NVIDIA, folks. All about NVIDIA. Here's the knife that Nabil was asking about. You can see 22 down to 14. If we take a look at the daily chart, you can really appreciate how much damage was done here. We are sitting 14. We are sitting right here beneath the 50-day. And we're about halfway beneath the 50-day. So my question is here is, do we bounce and try and recapture this? Or do we show some more weakness and try and find some support around that 100-day? News here. Serve robotic shares are plunging after an amended 13G filing shows NVIDIA holds no stake in the company. So remember, this stock initially ran on an NVIDIA stake. Now they're disclosing via the filings that there is no stake, and as a result, down 36.6% here. But let me tell you, it doesn't stop with Serve. SOUN, SoundHound, which is one that we have traded a whole bunch here. It's almost the exact same deal. This one, SoundHound here was a 13F. Right, so SoundHound shares are trading lower. NVIDIA disclosed in a 13F filing it has dissolved its stake in the company. And bang, SoundHound down now on that piece of news. Now let's take a look at where SoundHound is. We are actually right at a possible bounce spot. So I'd love to hear from the SoundHound bulls. What do you think is going to happen here today? There should definitely be a setup here. I guess I'm just wondering if you folks are long or short on these. SoundHound, the more interesting stock to me, because it is actually at a support level. If this cracks, I think we easily could come into that 100. In fact, I think we probably overshoot that and might come in towards that 10, maybe even crack that 10. So we'll see. That's still almost 3 points away from where we're at. So these two getting hit adversely, and then what's getting hit positively is WeRide, ticker WRD, and it's all related to the exact same thing. WeRide shares are trading higher after NVIDIA disclosed a stake of 1.74 million shares in a 13F filing. So these clearly the NVIDIA name drop, active stake, passive stake, partnership, enrolling in a program, whatever it is that they PR, when NVIDIA gets involved, it moves stocks. And we're seeing both directions here this morning, 3 different targets. So really the question is, Do you think there's a reversion to the mean in these stocks that are putting out outsized moves? WeRide here is up 92%. Serve was down 30+%. SoundHound was down 15%. So do you think there's a reversion to the mean? Do you think that trade extends? Those are possible day trades here today. There should be plenty of volume across the board in all of these. Okay, so there you go. That's what's going on with these three stocks. And I'm telling you, this should absolutely provide us a day of volatility. Really, really good stuff. HG saying, wow, lucky I sold my calls yesterday. Hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right? That's just how it works sometimes. Let's see. Markets don't forgive lies. It will sink some more. Okay. So, Nabil, you're thinking this is going to go down. You don't think that this is necessarily a bounce play. Chris, you were mentioning NBIS. That did get a pop here. I didn't actually check the news. I was running through some other things. That did get a pop here. Tell you what, this has been a great stock. Nebius Group shares are trading higher after NVIDIA disclosed in a 13F filing in a stake that the company consisting of 1.2 million Class A shares. So here you go. And that's actually 4 stocks now connected to the NVIDIA thing. And also, I wanted to remind you, the day trade stock that has been great for us this week for multiple sessions, this initially ran on an NVIDIA PR. It wasn't an active or a passive stake. It was the NVIDIA Connect program. But if the news here today causes some skittishness in some of those other holders of Sound and Serve, or maybe if people want to rotate into WRD or NBIS, these might get hit a little bit more. AIFF down almost 13% here in the pre-market. This one might be done. You can keep this one on your watch list here, but be careful with this. Given some of the news flow that we've seen here today, this one might actually have some more weakness ahead of it. So, all right, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Let's see. All right. I'm happy I don't have a serve position that I normally have. Yeah, Jane, again, happy Friday, right? Could have been a lot worse on that. Okay, next is going to be Intel, and let me know, did any of you take Intel? I had actually talked about a tip that I had received here and shared it with the happy hour group at 19. Intel here printing 25 in the pre-market. This thing has been on an absolute run. Quote, Intel is on a tear, end quote, says analyst as the stock jumps over 7% on Thursday amid an 18A process node optimism. Now, it's down a little bit off the highs, but still doing pretty well here on Intel. Just looking around here. Intel Taiwan Semiconductor likely, quote, won't work. So that's a comment there on them possibly merging. I know that was kind of floating around here too. I do think Intel is probably in a pretty good position just because it's an American company, and there definitely seems to be this impetus to try and keep chips or manufacture chips here, and I would imagine that they'd try to expand that. Intel would make a lot of sense for that. You can see what we've done here is we've traded right up to the 200-day. So as far as a trade goes here, this is now a resistance area. It's been on a pretty good heater. RSI is a little hot here at 75, so maybe it does take a break. If you were swinging this just based on the chart, this actually does look like a pretty good spot to lighten some and take some of those gains. The reality is that if we pop above this and this continues, we actually are looking at a high here at about 26.5 and then a gap fill up to 29. So some really attainable spots here on the chart. If Intel continues, please keep in mind we are definitely at a resistance area right now. Okay. That is Intel. Now, we did have a lot of earnings yesterday. Let me check here with the chat. Shadowed One said, I took AIFF off my list. I got more than enough plays on this week. There you go. And you know, I don't know if you traded this earlier in the week. I traded this multiple times earlier in the week and walked away with some gains. The last thing that I want to do is give that back to the market. No question. Nabil is saying $20 Intel leaps. Boy, that position is probably popping. In fact, I'm going to give you a register ring on that. Really, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Jay saying, I've been taking a long view on sound for a year already. They don't need NVIDIA, really, do they? Massive sales growth. Well, so Jay, that's really the question, right? Because what I'm saying here is that if you think sound can stand on its own, if you think that, to use your language here, that they don't need NVIDIA, that's absolutely possible. If they don't you think this represents a buying opportunity? You're getting a 17 or an 18% discount. We're right down to a support area. So if you feel like they really don't need NVIDIA, or that's just kind of like an ancillary thing, maybe this is a buy spot. Curious to know what your thoughts are on that. Okay. Hugh said, more on Tesla and Palantir, please. What more is there to give? Oh, or did you mean more performance? You want more gains on these? Giddy up. 20-day moving average here on Tesla, about 385. So let's see if we can trade up to that level. The 50-day moving average, not far above that at 402. I do expect some resistance right around that round 400 number. We've talked about that quite a bit. So quite a bit. And what was the other stock that you're asking about here, Hugh? Tesla, Palantir. We actually haven't even looked at Palantir yet. We might as well. Take a look here at Palantir. This thing just absolutely continuing to rip here. Really did give a very quick move for a floating island, and no surprise, right? No surprise that floating island has resolved higher here. I'll be honest with you. I do think that this could really use a pullback, but man, oh man, I don't feel great jumping in front of a momentum move higher. Maybe if we can kind of confirm a reversal candle, or maybe several reversal candles here, maybe then we can talk about Palantir. But this thing just absolutely cooking. Absolutely cooking. Okay. All right, sweet. Now, it is almost 8:30 here, so we are going to go to a special guest. Now, we do have a brand new asset to welcome on our special guest, and I tested it this morning, and I'm just going to say it was a little bit loud, right? It was a little bit loud, so I'm going to give you some time. If you're on headphones, or if you got your volume cranked up because it's the morning and you're trying to wake yourself up, fair warning right here. The audio might be a little on the loud side, but nonetheless, let's welcome on Mark Petrino. All right, those hard techno beats, they're getting it done. Mark, happy Friday. We did it. We did it. The Chiefs didn't get the job in the Super Bowl. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
I'm doing really good, actually. Really, really good. It's been a great couple of weeks here, and obviously I'm still riding high from the Super Bowl from last week.
Yeah, you know what? That could be the worst Super Bowl in history because the game sucked. I mean, of course, if you're a Phillies fan, it didn't, but the game sucked. The halftime show was like, I don't even know what the hell that was. And yeah, man. So
yeah, I see part of your point, and I agree. That halftime show was horrific. I thought the commercials were underwhelming. I thought there were only a couple of fairly decent ones. But I'm sorry, man. Watching the Chiefs lose, watching Travis Kelce absolutely dog it on plays. He is completely washed. Watching Mahomes squirt some tears as he's finally takes an L. There was a lot of good stuff there. A lot of good stuff there. Also,
I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it, but
no, I enjoyed it. I know the guy. Look, my favorite Super Bowl is the '85 Super Bowl, the blasting that the Bears gave the Patriots. So the game doesn't need to be close for me to love it. But anyway,
the best halftime show ever was. Now you're probably, I don't know if I'm dating myself here, was when Diana Ross did the halftime show. This is like back in the '80s. And like at the end, after she does her performance, she's like, all right, everyone, I got to go. My ride's here. And then a helicopter comes down into the stadium and she like gets on a helicopter and leaves. And it's like, can you imagine today if letting them bring a helicopter into a football stadium?
I can't. But anytime you get a helicopter involved in your performance, you're doing pretty well. So I don't remember that one, but that sounds pretty sweet. All right, Mark, what do you got for us today? Your stocks of the day call have been great. Your lessons have been fantastic. What do you got for us today? And do you want to share your chart with that?
Screen here.
And don't worry, folks, we are going to talk about PanW today. I'm actually looking to trade this one here after its earnings that sank it, although it was a decent report. Let's go ahead and see what Mark's got for us first.
Well, I was just decided. I haven't written this yet, but I'm going to do this, I believe, for today's stock of the day, and it's this trade desk. And
Ooh.
the reason why is because look at a couple things here. Let's just look at how clear this level it has gotten to, or is getting close to, I should say. I mean, I would give it a couple more dollars. It's at 82.20, and we'll call this. What will we call this? We'll call this 67.50. I mean, we don't want to get too precise, but just for argument's sake. So this particular price level was resistance way back here in December of 23. Then it became support. Then it became support again on this sell-off, and now there's a good chance it might become support again. Markets tend to find support at levels that had been support before. So if something is going down and you're wondering, hey, I want to buy this thing, but where should I buy it? I don't want to catch the proverbial falling knife. You can look and see if it's getting to a price level that had been support before. There are people that sold right at the bottom that regretted doing so when the thing blasted off soon after. And they tell themselves, if I could ever buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So as a result, when we fall back to a level that was support before, if you have enough of these remorseful sellers placing buy orders, it can create support at the level that had been support. And now this is seller's remorse manifested in a different way. It could also turn what was resistance into support. People sell here and the price goes lower and they're like, oh, this is easy. But then eventually the price goes higher and they say, I made a mistake. If I can, I'm going to buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at. So you can see here how a thing or a dynamic of investment psychology, seller's remorse, can make what was resistance turn into support and keep support intact as well. Now, I'm going to do something that I usually don't do, but sometimes I do. If you go type in a company symbol, in this case, it's TTD, and then space IR for investor relations, it brings you to their investor relations page. So I went to look at the earnings, and I don't know why this stock fell unless I'm missing something here, because these earnings look really good. I mean, look at their net income margin. It increased from 16% to 25%. This is how much a company makes after all said is done, after all expenses are accounted for. So a 16% margin means they make 16 cents on every dollar of sales. They've increased that to 25%. I mean, that's a huge, huge increase. That's a 50% increase, right? Up to 25%. So that looks really good. The earnings have almost doubled. So in the fact that we're getting close to this level that was support, we're oversold. We probably had really big volume. And sometimes big volume at the bottom of a trend or at the top of a trend could be a bullish signal, because what happens is people that want to sell, they're watching it go lower and lower and lower. Finally, the news comes out and they're like, this sucks, man. I'm just going to go sell it for whatever price I get. I don't care. And that makes a lot of volume trade. So now if people start going through the numbers and they say, these numbers aren't as bad as we initially thought, let's go buy some. They're going to have a hard time finding someone to buy shares from, and they might have to push the stock higher to do so. So I'm watching this for a rebound. So that's going to be today's stock of the day.
Okay, so a couple of things here. First of all, I love this. I actually traded the trade desk not long ago. It was at the end of last year on a possible break from 100. It ended up running like crazy. First of all, this reminds me a lot of the EA setup that we just saw, right? You did a lot of the same thing. You looked for some support. The stock traded down to support. It bounced pretty well. I actually cleaned up on that trade. It reminds me a lot of the same type of setup. The other thing that I wanted to ask you, unlike the EA trade, which actually printed that 115 support, the one that you had just drawn there, the price was not quite down there. So here's my question. When you see something like this, is it, and I understand, maybe you don't consider yourself a retail trader. Is there any sense in maybe nibbling a little bit and taking a starter position here just to see if it does come into that 76.50? And then if it just V bounces from here, at least you have some exposure in it.
Well, everyone has their own style, right? So there's really no right answer. Me personally, I would wait for a reversal to start. I'm not necessarily waiting for it to get all the way down to here. I mean, this is pretty close if you consider the magnitude of what's going on here. But just because my style is, if I'm going to trade this as a reversal, I would maybe consider, all right, you know what? If we clear yesterday's opening price, 85, that's where I would jump in and maybe take a full position. Because just because something is down and it's oversold doesn't mean it can't keep going lower. And, I don't claim to be a fundamental expert. Maybe there's something in those numbers that I'm missing, but they look pretty darn good to me. And one thing I will say is, we had this big sell-off yesterday and it's not continuing through this morning. So something that's really going down, what does it need to do before it starts to go up? Well, it needs to stop going down. And let's take a look, let's look at the one-day chart from yesterday and see if we can identify a particular price level for people that have a higher risk tolerance. Like I would say, all right, if I was going to maybe day trade this is yesterday, right? So like 84. See how there was resistance at 84?
Yep.
I would maybe wait for this to clear 84. So maybe if it gets to 84 and a half, that's where I would jump in. And, it's not about catching the exact bottom. I think people get a little bit too caught up in being precise, but it's not really about being precise. It's about, it's about making money. And I tell people that I think it's a good thing to do is to have like an Excel spreadsheet set up or, watching your brokerage account and just focus on the equity. And if that equity is going up and if it's up 1 or 2% a day, you're going to be a phenomenal trader. I mean, people can't overestimate what a great return is, but 1% a day over the course of a year. I mean, think about that. That's like, phenomenal. And I think if people are just focusing on that, it makes the mindset easier to stick to your strategy and not let your emotions make you do things that you're going to regret. But that being said, everyone has a different strategy. Someone might look at the numbers and be like, you know what, these numbers really are pretty good. So I am going to start trying to dig in here because guess what? If someone comes out and upgrades the stock, this thing could blast off. So maybe I do want to get a little bit in.
Yeah, 13 here in the chat saying one of the things that this is down on is the guidance was weak. That was actually a theme that we've seen from some of these earnings reports. Even if they beat on both the top and the bottom line, if they guided lower or had a kind of a weak guide and stock really got pounded, that looks like what's happening right here. EA kind of did that too, though, right? And they bounced pretty good. And I think UPS also had kind of a weak guide, if I recall correctly, and they started to bounce as well. A couple of other stocks that wanted to take a look at here. Kumo in the chat here might have a spy camera installed in my office and is reading my note sheet because PayPal was actually one of the stocks that I really wanted to ask you about here today. I asked one of the other folks in the happy hour chat about it yesterday because it's approaching its 200-day moving average, and it really actually looks like a potential spot to really kind of add this. So I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a quick look here at PayPal. Looks like Kumo wants the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that we're at a support level, and this is just what we saw before, right? The level that had been support becomes support again. So, I mean, if you like this stock longer term, or I guess even shorter term, this would be a logical place to consider buying it. And the reason why I say that is because it's oversold, right? And it's at a support level, and things that are oversold and at support tend to bounce. Now, maybe if you're more of a trader, you might want to wait for a little bit of a trigger, like something as simple as, all right, I'm just going to watch this because maybe the support breaks and maybe it goes lower. But if we end up breaking this downtrend line, then that's where I'll jump in.
Okay.
So that could be a trigger there.
Okay, real good stuff. PayPal definitely on the watch list. Also, one more thing I guess I should have gone to this one first. You were talking about reports coming out, and hey, maybe the numbers not really being that bad, and maybe people will start buying it. Take a look at PanW, because we actually had earnings on Palo Alto Networks last night. The report looked pretty decent. That stock sold off, and already this morning, there's actually already been a bit of a bounce. So I'm going to still be looking at this one again, but intraday here in the pre-market, this thing is trading up. Let me see. What was this? This had a low of 189. Here we are at 195, and that's actually off the high of 196. So this has actually had a pretty good intraday bounce so far. Any
Well,
thoughts here on PanW?
yeah, like right away, look at that. You got your clear resistance. So let's think about what resistance is, right? It's this large group of sellers. And at this particular price level, around 202 or 203, there's a big amount of sell interest. There's a lot of people that want to sell. So sometimes when we get to the resistance, some of the people that want to sell start to sense that there's other sellers coming into the market. That's why the price isn't going any higher. So they start to say, I don't want to miss out. I know if there's a buyer around, they're going to go to whoever is willing to sell at the lowest price. And I don't want to miss. So I'm going to reduce my offer price from, say, 202 to 201. Someone else is like, that guy's going to 201. I'm going to go to 200. And it starts this like snowball effect. So earnings aside, a lot of times when you get to resistance, you sell off. And that's because you get these anxious sellers undercutting each other. So, I don't know. I didn't look at the earnings, but it's not surprising to see this come off of resistance. And, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go down a little bit more because this is pretty much a gap. I mean, it closed up around 202 and now it's trading $7 lower in the pre-market. But again, there always is a caveat, like maybe, and I don't know the company well enough, maybe they're on the conference call right now and they could say something that really moves the stock the other way. But just from a purely technical point of view, this looks like a bearish setup to me.
All right. Now, what I will say here is, how about the lows there? It looks like you've got a series of higher lows, and this sell-off, if it does continue, might actually kind of continue that trend. I think that's right before January 14th, it looks like, by looking that bottom red candle that looks like a reversal candle. And then right there, February 2nd or so, your other low there just kind of looks like we've got a series of higher lows coming here, and maybe PanW will settle on that trend and show a reversal.
Yeah. I mean, you got this gap down here, so maybe we find some support down around here. See, there wasn't much trading in here, so there might not be a lot of people that are looking to buy on the way back down as we go through these levels. I'll show you what I thought was a pretty cool chart in lieu of these stale tariffs, which, in my opinion, I don't know. I think it's a lot of much ado about nothing, at least when it comes to the stocks. But this is a really interesting thing. Now, this is Cleveland-Cliffs. Okay, this is a steel company. Now, when markets are going down, you get a lot of buyer's remorse, right? Makes sense. People buy and the price goes lower, and that manifests itself in a chart as the level that was support becomes resistance. And you can see that here. The level that was support becomes resistance. The level that was support, now it looks like this resistance might be breaking. So this is when you get to a market bottom, it loses the buyer's remorse. So levels that were support stop turning into resistance, and that's the first sign that you could be getting some kind of a long-term turnaround here. Now, I guess it's a little bit too soon to tell. It looks like we're going to break out. There's been some profit taking, but we're back above it. But if this thing holds above 1090 or so, I think that the downtrend that started a year ago is over, and we could be looking at some nice upside. And of course, there's similar patterns in some of the other steel stocks. So this was our stock of the day on one of the days. I forget which one.
Okay. Got a couple more suggestions here if you're down for them.
Yeah, sure, man.
First question here was Twilio, ticker TWLO. They had a similar thing to the trade desk yesterday. And Charles here from the chat looking for some resistance areas. Now, right. Charles, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, so if I'm looking at this, and is this today? Yeah, this is today. Shoot, I forgot it's Valentine's Day, man. Gotta go buy my wife some flowers or something. Have a nice, peaceful weekend.
Costco, man, that's where the best roses are at the best price.
It's too far. I'll just go over to the local grocery. I'll go to Trader Joe's. It's right down the road here.
Yeah, don't forget that. Write that down. Don't forget. We want you back next weekend, next Friday. Right. Make sure you get that done. Oh, I'm sorry for laughing.
So here's what I'm looking at here, right? So 148 obviously is your clear resistance, and you could get the thing where you're selling off. And what I would watch here is the potential of this gap refilling. See, so it's hard to see, but I guess that's where the last trade was.
Yeah, the current, for clarity here, the current price is 133.65, so it's pretty much right at the bottom of that candle on, what is that, January, that red candle where the gap is.
Yeah.
The price is pretty much right down to the bottom of that wick at the moment.
Now, one of the things that we saw is one of the main reasons why we get support is because of seller's remorse. People sell and they want to buy their shares back after the price moves higher. Now, this is what we call a gap. It closed here on this day, and the next day it opened here. So there was no trading in between these prices. And if there's no trading, well, then there can be no one who sold who's going to be trying to buy their shares back. So if we get back into the levels that we gap through coming in the opposite direction, there's a good chance that there's not going to be a lot of demand or buy orders. So the sellers might really need to knock it down hard to find sellers. So there's an old expression that gaps refill, and it's true. And if you understand psychology, or the psychology that drives the markets, it's easy to understand why. So if the sellers start coming into the market, into this, there's a good chance that this thing makes a pretty rapid move lower. And then my next level would be here, right? These former tops. I mean, look at how precise that is. Right around 116, 116. Yep. So if this support here breaks, I think this could get to 116 pretty quickly.
Okay. Really good setup there on Twilio. Charles, great question there on Twilio. Got another one here for you. This one might be a little bit different. Airbnb. What a move on earnings yesterday. That thing skyrocketing here, up 13.5% here today. You see anything on ticker ABNB?
Let's see here.
This thing currently at 160 right now. There you go.
Wow. Well, I mean, it's trading at 160. I mean, just with something like this, here's something to think about, right? And I'm going to put this line here just so it's easier to see where it's trading. So right now, all over proverbial Wall Street, in New York and Chicago or whatever cities, people are going through, the analysts are going through this, right? They're sitting around a research table, or a conference table, having a research meeting. Generally, the traders come in like at 7. I used to come in early. The analysts come rolling in around 8:30. So they're going to be sitting there and they're going to be looking, and they're going to come to one of 3 decisions. We're not going to do anything. We're going to buy more, or we're going to sell. And that decision is usually made around 10:30 or 11 in the morning, Eastern time. So a lot of times when you see something move a lot on earnings or whatever news, if there is going to be a reversal, it's going to start it tends to start in the middle of the morning. So in a situation like this, again, I think the caveat is I didn't read the earnings or whatever. I don't really know the company that well. But if come 10:30, 11 o'clock, this thing starts to fade and come in, there's a good chance that it trends lower over the course of the day. If the numbers are as good as they appear or were first perceived as, then it's probably not going to move that much, or it might even trend higher into the close. But that's one of those things that one way that some people trade earnings is to wait for that mid-morning reversal to see if it comes.
Okay. Real good stuff there. I guess I got 2 more that I want to ask you about. We can finish on this, and they're related. So we can kind of do a comparison here, if you will. Lyft and Uber. Lyft reported earnings. They were pretty good earnings. They guided a little bit lower. In context, compared to Uber dwarfs Lyft. Lyft got pounded on those earnings and really started to trade back up. And then Uber, we have some more news here this morning on Uber as it pertains to Tesla here. They're talking about a possible partnership for robo-taxis. So that's kind of what's going on in these 2 names. What do you think technically on these 2?
Well, I mean, I know these levels are kind of far away, but the first thing that, just sticks out is, once again, we see this concept of you finding support at a former support level and finding support at a former resistance level. See, regardless of the security we're looking at, the people that are trading it have the same emotions. And when we look at a chart, we're looking at their people's emotions. Now, this would be kind of hard for me to make a call here one way or the other, because basically the stock is right in the middle of a range, and it doesn't really look like it's moving that much this morning. But, I guess the obvious thing to do would be, all right, well, there's your former top around 1520. So that could be a potential sell target or sell area. And then the buy would be down there around 1225. So just like we saw before, there tends to be support at former support levels, and there tends to be resistance at former resistance levels. So if we get up to here around 1520, there's a good chance there's resistance. And if we get down to here around 1225, there's a good chance there's support. And then you get that potential snowball effect, right? The buyers know that the sellers are going to go to whoever's willing to pay the highest price. So they start to outbid each other, and you get a snowball effect that pushes the price higher. Just like when you get to resistance, you can get a snowball effect of sellers undercutting each other, and that pushes the price lower. So if I was trading this stock, those would be the two levels I'd be watching.
Okay. How about Uber?
Oh,
UBER.
What do we got here?
We have Uber off a pretty awesome run off that low 60 handle, mid 60 handle.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty overbought here. But it could have a little bit more upside. I mean, it could be about to refill this gap over here. So I would be looking for a reversal, some kind of a reversal, for no other reason than it's really overdone. And regardless of how good the news is, there's always going to be profit taking, right? Because not everyone is a long-term buy and hold investor. As a matter of fact, most trading is short-term or high frequency. The high frequency that backs the ETFs is probably, I mean, I don't know, I'd have to see, but that's probably the biggest part of the volume in the market. But I would be looking for some resistance right around here, around like 81.80, 81.75. Just think about this. There are people that bought right here. The stock falls and they're like, oh, okay, this thing is down, I'm going to buy. And they've been underwater ever since. So a lot of them are going to say to themselves, if this finally gets back up to my buy price and I can get out at break even, I'm going to. So if it gets back up to here, there's a good chance that these remorseful buyers are going to be placing sell orders, and that could put a top on it. Yeah. I mean, that's really overbought. And, you can see your concept here. See how the gap here gapped over here. So this is a perfect example of, because there was no trading on the way down, there wasn't really very much interest on the way back up. So we gap from there up to there. So gap down, gap up.
Okay. I actually am going to ask you for one more here, since you've been so gracious with your time, and we got one more request here, and it's probably one of the biggest stocks in the market. NVIDIA. Do you think NVIDIA can fill the daily gap? Is the question here from Reaching Financial Freedom.
Here's what I would be looking at. And I was actually looking at this. Now, all right, so this obviously is NVIDIA, but you know what I would be watching if I was trading NVIDIA? And let's do a little bit of I forgot to plug my Substack page. I forgot to plug it last week. So
let's do it this week.
Yeah. Now that is the mannequin from the Twilight Zone. I don't know if you remember that one.
I remember the Twilight Zone, but I did not remember that particular episode or anything. The only one I can remember is the thing on the wing of the plane.
Oh yeah, with William Shatner.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I was just talking about NASDAQ level 2, which a lot of people don't understand. But if you want to check it out, you can. Now, what was I going to show you? Oh, yeah. NVIDIA. So we're going to go look at the technology sector breakdown. So this is the SPDR ETF. And the tech sector is 14% Apple, 13% NVIDIA, 12% Microsoft. So in a lot of ways, these stocks are kind of correlated. Now, if I was trading NVIDIA, believe it or not, what I would be watching is Microsoft. And I'll show you why. So Microsoft is sitting on this kind of important support here, right? Right around 407.
Yep.
It's a little bit above it here. But as long as this holds, then I would say that NVIDIA is going to keep, inching forward. And yes, I do think it can refill that gap. But if Microsoft starts to break this support, then that's going to weigh on the whole technology sector. And that will probably keep NVIDIA from going higher. So basically, as long as Microsoft holds, I would be bullish on NVIDIA until we get up to around like 142.5, and that would be my short-term trading target. But if Microsoft goes south, then this is probably going to go sideways, or may even see a little bit of profit taking. So it's a good example of how sometimes in the markets certain things affect other things.
Yeah, really good stuff here, Mark, and appreciate you running through all of those different charts. I went ahead and threw your Substack link in the chat, so if you folks missed that, go ahead and click on the link. Mark, we really appreciate all of the time that you give us here on Friday. Please get those flowers. We need you back. I think the chat agrees. They need you back next week, so you got to get your wife some flowers for Valentine's Day.
Yes, I will go right now.
All right, Mark, have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the weekend. Remember, we got a long weekend, President's Day, no market on Monday. We'll see you next week.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Take care. That is Mark Petrino. Real good stuff again from him. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I, too, you guys, the Hawk says, great analysis by Mark. C-Spot, you agree. Mark, really like your analysis. You keep it logical and simple. My favorite thing when it comes to technical analysis is the simplicity of it. If I have a very simplistic way of looking at things and it ends up working out, that to me seems like the way to go. Mark does that a lot. That stuff is great, and his stocks of the day calls have been popping, so we really appreciate that. Now, we are blessed on this show because Mark departing leaves room for 13, who is amazing. Let's bring him on. 13, happy Friday. You got some pretty big shoes to fill, but I have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. How are you doing this morning?
Well, I can always stuff them with newspapers, so let's see if that works.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that, but there you go. And the producer here sending out a warning for the rest of you. If you forgot to buy your partner a gift for Valentine's Day, run out now and grab a dozen eggs because they are guaranteed to impress, and she'll know you didn't skimp.
And then put like a whole bunch of rose petals on top of them.
Oh, I told you folks we were going to have fun on a Friday. I told you we were going to have fun on a Friday. Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, 13. 13, I'm going to let you call the ball here. Where do you want to start?
Oh, we can go wherever, but got some movers we can look at. We have like 30 minutes before
we got plenty of time. We got plenty of time. All right, so I'll start off here. You mentioned the movers, so let's talk about a couple of them.
Okay.
Two of them, our favorite movers for our show here, and that's going to be Sound and Serve, which are both getting pounded here today on the same piece of news. So we can talk about that. I don't know. Did you look into any of these yet, 13?
That they both have no longer have NVIDIA positions, or
Yep.
NVIDIA has no longer has positions in these companies anymore?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I could mention a few folks that were right about this all along, and they've warned us about this, and this is why we only day traded this and not really held it. But so it seems like they found the latest flavor of the month or the year, and that's what they're going with now, because this was this and server runners all last year because of the stake NVIDIA had, right?
Exactly. And what's crazy about this is so first of all, these two are reporting no stake here. And to make it even more complicated, WRD, We Ride, this stock is up 94% on the inverse of that, right? We Ride shares trading higher after NVIDIA disclosed a stake of 1.7 million shares in the 13F. So we've got both directions here going off NVIDIA stakes, and I think that's going to make for some volatility here and some potential trades today.
It's funny to me because I looked at WRD, and yeah, the NVIDIA has disclosed that they have about little less than 1% stake in this company. So it's a very small amount because their float is 175 million shares, and they just disclosed that they have 1.74 and change. So it's a very small amount that NVIDIA has. In addition to that, WRD has an awful balance sheet. I mean, this company does not look good financially. So there's probably some kind of EV rebound play happening here that they're in for, because that's what this company does. They let me pull this up here. They do have some interesting products, but they're all are all products in China. So sorry about that. So this is all I don't want to say it's a China pump, but because this is actually a material stake that NVIDIA has taken. But they got Robotaxi, Robobus, Robovan, Robosweeper. Basically, they have the whole Jetsons lineup of AI products, robo products. So
the whole Jetsons lineup.
Yeah. So, but you look at their balance sheet, and man, it just does not look great at all. I mean, the balance sheet is just very underwater. They lost like over $1 billion last quarter. There's nothing to like about this, but you know what? If this thing is going to move today, dang it, we're going to trade it.
That's right. That's right. We're going to find something. We're going to find some way to make sense of this. So, okay. Let's go hit the movers, come up with some levels, and then we can take tickers from the group here. We should have plenty of time. Actually, we can just do coin right now if you want. Sure. Let's do that. So coin, this is another one here that I'm going to be watching here today. Coin reported earnings last night. They're down 2%, and it would definitely appear, that the option sellers won the day here. This was the options were pricing in a 6.1% move. We only got less than a 2% move here. It was a beat on the sales there. And how was their guide? Where's that? Expects Q1 subscription and service revenue to be $685 million to $765 million. So, and then this morning here, we got a couple of price target re-ratings. The JPM securities went from 400 to 475. So 175 points higher than where we're at. HC Wainwright went from 330 to 350. Remind me the last time that Wainwright had a more conservative price target than JPM securities. Can't even remember that. Also, Barclays went to 328, and Piper went to 310 from 285. So you did have Canaccord also went to 400 here. So the earnings looked all right. Stocks down a little bit here. What do you think on Coinbase?
They did guide pretty well, so I don't think that's what's pulling it down either. If there's anything that's pulling it down, it's and I don't think it's necessarily down right now, but it was leaking yesterday, and it's the price of Bitcoin. So that would be because we can pull up that that website that shows how much each company has in their holdings.
I actually linked that already once today.
There we go. So you look and you see what Coinbase has, and you look at the price of Bitcoin that was, trading down since yesterday. I would think that's where the pull is coming from, but might be a little bit more to it than that. Let's see here.
Coinbase here has 9,000 Bitcoin. They are the 7th largest holder of Bitcoin with 9,000 total Bitcoin. Per treasuries.bitbo.io.
Now we are starting to turn around in the pre-market, and it looks like Bitcoin is making the effort to come back up to 97,000, try to go higher than that. So if we start to see Coinbase turn positive, then I think I would kind of peg the price of Bitcoin as the reason why you're seeing the volatility. But the earnings were good and the guidance was good, so I don't necessarily believe that that's why we're lower here. I think it's Bitcoin and maybe some other factors that I don't have clarity on yet.
Okay. I personally think Bitcoin is going to get a bit of a pop here. I actually added to Ethereum and SUI this morning. I actually don't make a whole lot of transactions with actual coins, but this morning, pretty early, I was able to do that. So added to my Ethereum position, added to my SUI position as well. Remember, I'm a long-term hodler on that. Question here. Did Coinbase fix their customer support last night? I don't know. I haven't actually had to use their customer support for some time. Their customer support is driving it down as well. What are some of the issues, Marcus? What are some of the issues with the customer support? Look, knock on wood, thankfully, I haven't had to use it a whole lot recently. So I'm frankly ignorant on that. I just don't know.
I think one of the important takeaways is that when we did sell yesterday, we didn't lose the 50 or 20-day SMAs. We're still above those in the pre-market here.
Yeah.
So likely to open above those. Had some really good volume yesterday. I don't want to think, I'd be reluctant to think that we're going to get some kind of relative volume play here today, because I think it's going to move on other factors. But there is that element there of relative volume movement, because it was a much more significant volume than we've had since the start of the year, and even earlier than that.
I'll tell you what, this 285 and 3/4, 286 level with the 50 and the 20-day actually looked like some fairly decent support. On to your point about them not really taking this out on the sell-off yesterday, if it can hold that here today, maybe we do try and take out that volume point of control at 298 and try and move higher into that volume shelf. That goes all the way up to 325. So some potential here on Coinbase as well, maybe for a trade.
Yeah, just have a lot of consolidation there from November and December that it's going to probably have a hard time getting through. But I think it's really going to, the movement's going to be mostly tied to how Bitcoin trades.
Okay. Good stuff there on Coinbase. Okay, let's go ahead, roll through the movers. Then we can close it out with ticker time. 25 minutes till we open here. It's a Friday, a fun Friday. And actually, so I had started the show by telling you that the futures were under some pressure, but we're up off the lows. Things have continued to improve here in the pre-market. S&P futures almost flat, down 0.01%, Dow down 1/10, and the Nasdaq down 0.02. That is also pretty flat. So it sure looks like so far, at least in the pre-market, buy the dip is working. We'll see what happens on the opening print, but futures starting to turn up a little bit here. Okay. Yeah,
I personally think that we could end up seeing a new all-time high, and then we may end up closing the day lower than yesterday's close.
Okay, so you're looking for a new all-time high print and then a reversal into the lows. Okay.
I just don't know if we're going to continue after we make a new all-time high. I think we see more price action like we did last time we made an all-time high, where we popped up and then we ended up trading lower in the day and ended up closing lower than the previous day. That was back on January 24th when we did that. So that's what I think we could possibly see.
Okay. All right. That's a pretty sweet call. We'll see if we end up getting that here today. I'll tell you what, your calls have been crispy. So if that happens again, we might be in good shape.
More times than not, I would say.
Okay. You're trying to be modest. All right. Anyway, WRD here. We talked about this a little bit. This is one of the three main arms of the SOUN, SERV, and WRD moves here. There was another stock that's moving on this as well. WRD here, it looks like what was our high print here? 38.5. Stock still holding higher than 90%. We're pretty much right at the VWAP. So some levels that I'm looking at here, let's just go ahead and mark them off on the chart. Horizontal ray, boom, right in here. Let's call it 31.80. I wouldn't want to lose that. I do think this $30 level, 30.55 or 30.50 would mark that low. I would love to see us get above the VWAP, maybe go a little bit higher here. But this one I'm going to watch. I'm not thrilled with chasing something that's already up 90%. Also, quick look around the horn on this one. Short interest negligible, pretty much nothing there. Stock barely trades, but today that's going to be a little bit different. Obviously, on average trades 100,000 shares. Today it's already traded over 4 million, and that is going to climb considerably. Float here also way out of the range of what we normally do. 176 million just about shares in the float. So 13, as far as levels go, do you have any for us? And what do you think about the trading action here today in WRD?
I think I like your 30.50 level pretty well. That could be one of the earlier supports that we see. If we don't get it there, then the 65 EMA looks pretty good too. That's going to be just above 27. I have, I already outlined that I have some concerns about this, and it's great that NVIDIA's got a 1% stake in the company, but it's 175 million shares. So it's a little on the heavier side. So, and we have seen some of these heavy stocks, they can, start off slow and then they can, have these really wild moves all of a sudden, but then they go back to their weighty selves. I I think I'm with you that I'd want to see just how this opens and how this trades at the start, because it looks like it may trend a little bit lower into the open. I haven't seen the MACD quite curl yet. But, like I've said before, if this provides good setups, if this provides an opportunity to make a trade, we can do it. But I just have real concerns about the size of the float and just how, financially healthy the company is at all. So this is not something that you want. I would think that anybody would want to hold on to. Let's just day trade this. And if it gives us to trade and it gets some profit out of it, we'll say thank you. And we'll have a nice 3-day weekend.
Okay. Good stuff there on Word. I guess we'll go to the other one here that had a very similar type of news, and it's a favorite here on the show, and also with the story trading guys. This is a Godfather special. NBIS, Nebius Group, shares are trading higher after NVIDIA disclosed in a 13F filing a stake in the company consisting of 1.2 million Class A shares. NBIS here up 8.2% here in the after hours. This was actually up higher. It looks like 46 and some change was the high print. So I know this wasn't next on the list here, but I went to this because it's related to what we were just talking about here with some of the other stocks. Obviously, Sound and Serve on the other end of this. Nebius, we've covered this one a lot here. Volume actually looks pretty good. I do think you kind of have this intraday double top at 46.5. I'd be watching that level to see if we can take it out. Would really love for this to stay above VWAP, but keep in mind, especially on this 5-minute chart, if we do lose VWAP, we did find some support at that same 65 EMA that you were just talking about on the last stock. So maybe we'll get that again here. You got anything on NBIS? You got any levels you want to give the group?
To your point about the VWAP, if it holds that and we start to see it trade up again, I think I like your 46.5 to 46.50 level, because what we would end up getting, and it looks like that's what we're kind of forming here, is an ascending triangle. So if you had a line that just went from 46.50 all the way across, and you drew a trend line from the bottom of where we touched the 65 EMA, and brought it up through the any of the lows we have here currently. After that, you can see that we've got this, kind of this this triangle formation here, where the top is pretty flat, and then you have the angled part beneath it. That's an ascending triangle, and typically what will happen with those is that
something like this, right?
Exactly. What will happen with those is that every time that you get that 46.50 level continuing to get tested and hammered on, there's likely going to be a breakout. So I would expect there to be a breakout if we continue to hammer that 46.50 level. So watch for another reversal and watch for it to trade up to that level again. I don't know if it's going to make it a breakout on the next visit up there, but as long as it keeps pushing that level, it's going to try and get over it. And I think that's what we could end up getting here out of NBIS.
Okay. There you go. Really good stuff. NBIS. Really quickly here, I just want to mention this. Jay Rice, good morning. I love that you're asking, and Mike, good morning as well. Asking Mike here, did you see that Mullen did another reverse split? Who's shocked on this one? And Mullen announced, this is from yesterday. Mullen announces reverse split effective February 18th. So a look ahead there. That's going to be Tuesday of next week. 1-460 reverser on Mullen. I tell you what, this thing is just, oh my God. This is Jay. I'm just going to give you another register ring because that short. Have you even covered that, or do you just plan on never covering that short? Just a question here. Anyway, Mullen, they're going to do a reverser. Don't be fooled.
Two things.
Don't be fooled. Yeah.
So first, good morning, Mike. And second, we've been getting questions about JTAI. Also, and I posted in there, JTAI and FLYX, they have news together. Fly Exclusive reaches definitive agreement to acquire Jet AI aviation business in an all-stock transaction. So this is an acquisition for Jet AI. That's why this thing is up over 125% right now. And FlyX, that's the ticker of the company that's acquiring them.
Okay, FlyX up 18% here. Fly Exclusive, I've actually never even looked at this stock here or traded it. But this one going here, do you have, let's see, does this, I'll tell you what, this stock, this FlyX on average trades 20,000 shares. And even now it's only traded 11,000 shares. So extremely thin here, market cap of 261 million.
Yeah, I didn't cover this because this is just starting to happen now, but I am writing this down because I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit of this morning. So if it gives us any kind of a trade, we'll take a look at it then and look for some entry points.
Okay, here you go. JTAI. JTAI, good mention here, folks. This is what's going on with it. Big piece of news here.
That was all the chat. I don't know if there's really a trade in JTAI. I think it's going to be more of FlyX, because JTAI, that's an acquisition. I think it's going to be hitting the buyout price, and I don't even know exactly what the dollar value is of the all stock transaction. But I feel like JTAI, they've already just there's no trading there anymore.
Okay. There you go. I mean, it's still moving around, so maybe it does some type of technical thing there. But to your point, this is merger and acquisition, so maybe we have some better opportunities there. Okay, let's keep running down the list here. Next is going to be MBRX. This was the halt fest from yesterday. What was the total halt count on this yesterday? 20 something. I mean, it was just insane. And then, enter an agreement with certain holders of its existing warrants for the immediate exercise of certain outstanding warrants to be purchased up to an aggregate of 5.8 million shares of common stock. Reduced the exercise price of $1 per share warrants for gross proceeds of 5.8 million here. Now, this stock up another 55% here today. What do you make of this one? MBRX, and let's get share structure here. 5.28% of the float shorted with 6 days to cover. On average, the stock only trades 1.8 million shares. Today, we've already traded 40 million. 3.27, almost 3.28 million shares in the float. This one right in our butter zone. What do you got here? You looking at this one today?
They lost more than that last quarter. 5.8 million is what they raised from the warrant exercise. I don't think that capital lasts long. So I have to think that all that the halt fest we had yesterday, somebody knew something. They knew they were going to do this, and that's why you got the movement. But I don't know if I want to trade this today.
Okay.
And like I said, if it provides setups, and of course we'll take a shot at it maybe. But I think all the fun price action was yesterday. I think there may be some better plays for us. I just don't know if I'd be excited about this. That amount that they the proceeds they got from that, it's not a lot compared to what they end up burning. So I wouldn't expect that cash to last long. That's
all right. Keep in mind that this thing was just wild yesterday. So to your point about, I know you said you don't think you're going to trade it. Probably a safe move. Be careful if you do. This thing 20 plus halts or something like that yesterday. In fact, let me see if I can actually find that number. Let's see.
See the
Let's see here. MBRX. Sorry, real quick here. It was halted 36 times yesterday. That was your total count for MBRX.
Like
It is like more stops than a bus route. That's it. Well done. Okay, next here, STAI. This is Scantech Systems. Looks like I think this was some news on Tuesday, wasn't this? Let's see here. Yeah. So the news here is actually from several days ago. Scantech AI Management confirms a solid balance sheet. Okay, what do you want? A cookie? Confirms company has no convertible or variable rate indebtedness and no dilutive equity structure on the balance sheet. So I guess they're preparing you for some good news here. This thing started to ramp yesterday in the afternoon, continued in the after hours. It's volatile here this morning, but it is still holding higher. We are right below the VWAP on this. Quick look around the horn. I do have some short interest in here, but it's pretty low, and I don't have a float reading. Do you have one by chance in your broker?
16.89 million.
Okay, so 16.89 million, and just about 1 million of that is held short. So I've got a short float here of 986,000 shares on this one. So what do you have on this STAI? Was this one that you covered?
I took a look at it, and I'm a little bit curious about exactly what all the company says that it does, because it seems like this could be one of those plays that we could add to the whole deportation theme. They not necessarily for deportation, but it's kind of in that wheelhouse, because it uses tomography to detect explosives, weapons, narcotics, contraband. Mm-hmm. So and they're going. It's a company that's made for going after criminals and drug dealers and things like that. So it's kind of interesting in that aspect that there may be some use for this. As far as the whole thing that Trump's trying to do with the border and the cartels. So it's that just is where my mind went first when I started reading about what this company does. So balance sheet, yeah, it's solid, but man, do they need some cash? I don't think. I mean, it's great that they're touting how clean their balance sheet is, but you'd like to see a little bit larger of a bank account than what they've got. So that would be the concerning part for me, is that great balance sheet, but no cash.
Okay.
But very interesting company in what they do. If they do have technology that's able to scan for that kind of stuff, I think there's a potential play here in that theme with the border and the cartels.
Okay. Good stuff there. STAI, Scantech AI. Next on the list here, OSTX. This is OS Therapies. This also had a catalyst here. OS Therapy shares are trading higher after the company announced agreements from the commercial manufacturing of OSTHER2, which is one of its drugs. Supported anticipated biologics licensing authorization filing. And I'm trying to, I was trying to really quickly see what this was. Clinical stage biotech company. What is the company? Come on, tell me what this drug does. In the prevention of reoccurrence of lung metastatic osteosarcoma in preparation for a type B or a type C meeting with the Food and Drug Administration. Okay, so this is what's driving this stock higher here today. It actually had a pretty decent pop, and it's retraced almost. Yeah, it's retraced just over half of its move here. It looks like it's trying to find some support down here, about 270. We'll see if it holds. They actually have a pretty good distance to VWAP, so if this thing reverses and turns around, we might actually have a decent trade here pretty soon. 262,000 shares held short. I don't have a float reading. Let me know if you got one. On average, the stock trades just under 500,000 shares. Today, it's traded over 25 million.
Yeah, the float I have is 1.6 million. So very, very small amount.
Okay.
This company, they have that for the HER2, which is the drug in question that they're reading about there. That's in looks like that's in 2 clinical trials right now. There's a phase 2A for breast cancer and other solid tumors, and then there's a phase 2B that's testing it for osteosarcoma, which I believe is what you were referring to, right?
Yep.
And that one is supposed to have the positive results announced last month. So I don't know if we got that or not. We may have, but this is the one that's currently going through clinical trials right now, and they are in phase 2. It looks like. So there's still more trials ahead. They're still going to need some more money. I haven't looked at this one, by the way, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't have a whole lot of cash, and obviously they're cash flowing negative, being a pre-revenue bio. So
yeah,
we'll see on this one. They are definitely going to need cash. I think they're probably going to need to raise or come up with some other means of doing that. That still think we might get a trade here today. It would be all technicals.
Yeah,
it'd be all
I
technicals.
think that's right. Yeah. So right now it looks like it's getting some support from like the 270 area. Going to want to see the price move away from that and up towards VWAP, which I currently have at 333. Not really showing too many signs that we're curling quite yet. We're seeing some, but I'd like to see a recapture of some of these like the 9 and 15 EMA and the MACD curling a little bit more before I'd be getting excited about this. But that's what we want to see is curling and maybe some movement back up towards VWAP.
Okay, sick. Next one here is going to be MGOL. I think there were a couple of folks asking about this one. This was a penny runner from yesterday that has now graduated to dollar territory. Let's see if it can hold on to that. This $1 level actually going to be one of the key levels here on the books or on the board for today. I'd also say 106 because that's the VWAP here. Real quick look. Let me see. I didn't have this one on my list for news. Let me see if there was anything fresh here. Nope. No, nothing fresh here. Looks like the piece of news was the PR from Wednesday morning. Now, quick look in on the short interest on this one. 13% of the float shorted, only 1 day to cover. Stock has a float of 7.9 million shares there. And it's actually already over its average volume of 53.5 million shares. So we'll see. MGO, this should be on deck here again today. You got any thoughts on this as we pull back towards the VWAP here?
The Wednesday news that came out at in the after hours was a reminder that today is a special meeting. They are going to vote for business combination with Heidmar Maritime Holdings. I don't know exactly what time that's supposed to take place, and I don't have details exactly on what that company is or does. I imagine it has to do with aquatics, of the seafaring kind. So I don't have a whole lot of details on it, so I'm not sure, about numbers or anything. But I could see that there is a little bit of a squeeze potentially happening here, with almost 13% of the float shorted. Only one day to cover. I am sorry I don't have more details on this, but
it's okay.
I think we're getting all the movement based on that shareholder meeting that's going to take place today.
Okay, and remember, this was a penny stock that has just gone into dollar territory, so it's okay to be skeptical of that. All right, let's see. Lottery here was on the list. Looks like this is popping on some volume. This is lottery.com. We did have some news here. Lottery.com strengthens its international expansion with technology acquisition. Lottery enters a MOU with Pulse Evo Ltd to acquire a lottery management system and gaming platform, and 1.5 million all stock purchase here. Stock's up 26+% LTRY. We've been trading this one here this week, or at least you folks have been mentioning this. Hasn't been moving around. I haven't written any tickets on this. 2.37% of the float shorted with 1.75 days to cover. Float of 11.62 million. We're not quite at the, well, actually, we're not close to the average volume yet, but the market hasn't opened, so we'll see where we go here. You got anything or key levels on LTRY?
I'm just not liking those upper shadows been putting in the past 20, 30 minutes in the pre-market. It would seem to me that somewhere around 180 to 184 or 5, there's a bunch of sellers in there, because we haven't been able to really close above that level too many times. So I think that's going to be an area to watch for. If we start to move back up over the VWAP and get up there, we might see some sellers step in. Now, we could, of course, push right through that. But for now, I think I would want to wait for this to open and see how it trades before I decide to jump in. Not liking the way the MACD looks either. It looks like it wants to roll over as well. Okay.
Good stuff there. Jared asking us, what is the buyout price in JTAI? And Jared, we didn't get that. It said an all stock transaction here. There was no price given, unless I skimmed the PR too. I know you 13. You said you didn't see it in there. I skimmed the PR. I didn't see anything.
Well, I wasn't able to dive into it, so it's probably in there. Yeah. But I just didn't have the time to look into it and get all the information together.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I missed it. I don't think so, though. You might have to do some napkin math to figure it out. Which we have not done. Didn't see it in there though.
I saw a close date. It said they expected it to close in the second half of this year. So not going to be until at least June that you might see that close. There's some future catalysts that you could have that with that. So maybe. And then I also saw some folks mentioning AIFF. This is the one that I said yesterday. This might be the last, good day that we have with it before it starts to go lower. And here we are down, it was down lower this morning. I don't know if this is going to turn around, but that was a great run that it had. I think based on the price action that we were looking at with this stock, it's probably going to end up trading lower over time until the next big catalyst comes along.
And don't forget, the whole reason that this thing ran is something similar to what we're seeing here today, right? This ran on the inclusion in the NVIDIA Connect program. So no, it wasn't NVIDIA taking a stake like it is in some of these other stocks, but it is the connection to NVIDIA that really kind of lit this thing. 13, you did a really good job, saying how this might be kind of like where the momentum ends. Now, on top of that, we have a news catalyst here where NVIDIA is not involved with SOUN or SERV, and those stocks are getting pounded. I wouldn't be surprised if that, thought process kind of bled over into AIFF today, and we see some lower prices in this. So, okay. You guys were talking about Pony AI. Did this have news here? I didn't see. No, nothing. Nope. No. Oh, 13G. Never mind. Toyota
picks them up.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think Toyota reports a 15% stake in this. I'm pretty sure. Yep.
There's a trend that it's going to try and break. It looks like, if you want to do some drawings.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So this is actually up 20% here. Here's the trend line, I think, right from that intraday 5 minute right here.
Yeah. we're making our way back up there. If we get up to that and we start to see some increase in volume, I think it looks like it could push up there. I mean, we're getting some movement right now. That would be if we do. That's the trend I'd be looking to break. And then if we get over that, it could go beyond the 1920 high that we have in the pre-market here. So that'll be something to watch for.
All right, flipping over to the main workspace before we open up here. Yep. Mike saying we only have 60 likes here today after all of that news and technical analysis that we gave you. Only 60 of you were able to hit the like button, which is free. I'll be honest, Mike, I'm just as disappointed as you are, to be quite honest with you.
Well, there's plenty of time to hit that like, folks.
Guess we'll have to make some more money. Here we go. We are off, or we're about to be off here.
Yep. And now
there it is. I was 2 seconds early. Sorry about that. We'll tighten that up. Okay. SRM looks like this is going off the VWAP. Go ahead.
No, I was just looking around. Looks like WRD trying to push up, trying to get a little bit higher than the pre-market here. STAI, JTAI, NBIS going lower.
Apple higher, Netflix higher, Amazon higher.
Right at the 65 EMA, NBIS is trying to turn around.
WRD popped. Mauricio asking about Rigetti. Quantum names here. How are those doing? Rigetti, well, it's holding in there, down about 1.5%. Rigetti price target raised to 15 from 850 at B. Riley. That's your fresh piece of news here. It is from B. Riley, so keep that in mind. Rigetti down almost 2% here, sinking, and below the pre-market low.
G-Man saying Palantir is smoking. Oh, yeah, it is. Just gave itself $3 more out of the open there. Looks like Pony trying to hold VWAP at the moment.
Oh my gosh, Palantir 120 prints. New all-time high.
WRD halted to the upside.
Okay, into a halt. Alex asking, where are you all chatting? I don't see the chat here on my side on X. Alex, we have this streaming to YouTube, X, and Twitch. So if you join X, you're only seeing other X chatters. If you join YouTube, you should see the YouTube chatters. But we do it on all three, so that's probably why you're seeing that. Amazon dip. Where's Izzy at? We adding this Amazon dip here? Market actually curling. S&P futures here went positive, 0.02% here on the ES.
Well, we're over 610 now, not too far away.
Here's Pan W. So this little bit of a dip down to those pre-market lows. We'll see if Pan W bounces back. I'm interested. I'm interested in Pan W. I'm actually looking for this one. I saw that we started to trade up here in the pre-market. I thought to myself, oh boy.
MBRX is moving. It's over its VWAP now. Just be careful with this one. This is the halt fest from yesterday.
That's MBRX. Let me bring that up here real quick. Sorry, I didn't see it on the scanner yet. There's Izzy. Good morning, Izzy. Early President's Day weekend for me. Slept in till 6:30. Yo, when you are sleeping in until 6:30, that means you are attacking the day pretty regularly, in my opinion.
SOPA has a pop out of the gate here. Seems like it just popped and then it just didn't do anything after that, but it's up 10% right now. It had a big move out of the gate.
MBRX starting to go here.
JTAI, this one I don't know why I'm even mentioning it. I'm not sure how much is left in this. Be careful with JTAI. Lottery trying to push up to 2. LTRY.
Played with a new crypto sniping bot way too late. Yeah, actually, I saw Solana. I saw that this morning. I took a look at that. That is wild. We can look at the chains in Palantir and PanW, says Anne Marie. Buckle up. We're going to have a day here today with that. That sounds awesome. What else did I miss there? Ryan, if you permit me, I would like to short Palantir. I don't control what you do, Diamond Hotline. You don't need to put that bad juju on me at all. You do what you need to do. OSTX, that came in a little bit and is trying to bounce here.
Yeah, it's still working on that that curl to the upside. Might need some more time though. We just don't want to see it lose the 270 area.
Yeah. Yep, I'm with you on that on OSTX. Let's see if we can move back to the VWAP. That would actually give a pretty decent trade. Coming into that 270 area, we'll see. Amazon, nice little bounce there. Did you catch that?
Me?
Izzy? No, Izzy. Sorry, I guess I have to mention his name if I want to expect an answer.
MBRX, that has a pre-market high of 246, and it's making its way there. Just needs to get past this 230 level.
OSTX held that area that you talked about, 13, moving back to the highs. Watch for a 3 break here on OSTX. I think if you do break that, that's going to be this high. Maybe you print that VWAP. We'll see. Not yet. Not strong enough yet. Pulled.
It's got a little bit of a spread going right now, so you're going to see this back and forth happen quite a bit. You know, you got a 7-cent spread now. I just saw it was over 10 cents a moment ago. So lots of back and forth until we get a direction. But it looks like the MACD is curling. It looks like it wants to try and go for that VWAP.
We'll see if we get that here in OSTX. Let's see, SRM. This held that 65 EMA on the 5. Lottery, you guys were watching.
JTAI lower now. NBIS not going up out of the gate here. Lost VWAP and the 65 EMA. It still has the 200 EMA beneath it on the 5. We actually might be able to turn around not too far from where we're at here on NBIS. As long as we can put in one more candle that shows that it's trying to reverse like this current one is, that might be the indicator that we need to have this go higher. So we'll wait and see with that. WRD is open. It popped up to 42.24. Now it's coming back in. Might get some support down here around 37.25.
Okay, WRD.
We'll see if it can rebound there. There it goes, down to that spot.
MGOL is trying to go. STAI not quite at the VWAP. JTAI broke the VWAP and is sinking here.
Really big pull in WRD. It's down to the VWAP now, or pretty close to it.
Kind of glad I didn't mess with that WRD yet. Here's PanW, by the way. This is another one that we were taking a look at here. This started to curl here in the pre-market. I would wonder then if this stops anywhere. Maybe watch that 188 level for a potential reversal there, PanW. Talked about this maybe coming back in a little bit too. Amazon continuing to pull. Izzy, that was a good call. Apple at the highs.
WRD is halted to the downside now. Lottery broke 2 and went up to 204. Still holding above VWAP for the moment. So, and it's holding above that at one. Was that what 175? I think, or 180, somewhere around there. What I said earlier. Holding above that level. So looking pretty good here for Lottery right now.
Okay.
NBIS all the way down near the 200 EMA on the 5-minute.
Ryan wants to take a look at BBAI. Can do that as well. BBAI looks like it held, what is this, 880? It's trying to bounce here. Tell you what, this thing was flirting with 10 yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 875. That's right down to just beneath this consolidation that we were having on, which is Tuesday, or Tuesday or Wednesday? No, that's Wednesday. This could end up going down to 830 before it finds better support. It may even see 8. But right now it's trying to reverse. So maybe there's a reversal trade here happening. What?
Sorry. I thought you were done there. Ryan, really good timing here in the BBAI mention. Really, it's bounced since you had mentioned that. So pretty good stuff. Jay Rice's little EAF bouncing here after some poor earnings a couple of days ago. MBRX, looks like this might be trying to go higher here.
Yeah, MBRX we broke over the pre-market high and then we came right back in. So we need to get a close above that pre-market high of 246.
Okay.
Looks like Dutch Bros is still pushing higher.
OSTX is watch this OSTX at 3. Tell you what, it's pulled a couple of times, but it hasn't broken down yet. We'll see if that can break out from this 3 spot. OSTX, not done yet. Bros, you wanted to take a look at 13?
Well, I was just mentioning that it's trying to move higher. It just printed 84.27. That's slightly higher than toward the end of the day, but not higher than yesterday's highs in the morning. Highs from yesterday, 86.42. Could potentially be a spot worth watching. I think it may have problems around 85 first.
Hey, that FlyX that you mentioned, this got halted and then resumed. Now, I think that this got halted just because it was so thin. That would be my guess. Dom H also got halted. Remember, that was the Trump and dump that we called it. The 2 Trumps joining the board and then the offering and the special dividend.
Market Sniper. I have RSI on for everything that I look at. Yeah, so FlyX, the other side of the JTAI movement.
Also, Win reporting earnings yesterday. Win going higher here. Actually came back in off of those earnings. Ooh, nasty pull there in OSTX. Careful on that one. Tuna, actually, you know what? Now that we pulled, maybe this will actually be better. Tuna, if we hold this bottom, you think this is viable, 257? Jacob saying this is ugly. Let me know. Let me know what you think here if we can actually try a bounce OSTX.
Geez, right through all that support. It's going to need to get support from the 65 EMA next, which is at 245. But yeah, I agree. That does not look good.
Okay, there we go. OSTX, careful on that pull.
It's pushing lower. Looks like BBAI is still trying to recover and recapture VWAP's got a bit of a seller to deal with at VWAP with that 918.
Now that BBAI, that was actually looking like a pretty decent bounce earlier. Let's see, did it materialize? Yeah, it's still holding in there. Watch that 9 level, I guess, BBAI.
Not a bad reversal candle either.
No.
It's just, let's see if it follows through.
MBRX, you guys are mentioning. I guess we should have focused on that one. So what do we think here? Possible 250 break and go higher at MBRX?
It already did that. It just did that in this current candle. It went up to 263.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I have the current.
You're talking about just holding that then?
Yeah, I'm talking about maybe going and kind of breaking above here.
Well, if it stops making candles look like this, then yeah. But the more it does this, the more worried I'd be about it going lower. Well,
there we go. There's your 250. Let's see if we can hold, and then 260 would probably be the next spot. What is the high print that we had on this candle? 263. So I guess maybe watch that specific level.
WRD open and going lower.
Oh, now do we get support at the 65 EMA on this name?
Maybe. I do not know.
See if we do. I am probably going to stay away from word there. You guys are mentioning Uber. Are we finally bouncing there? I know that was pulling earlier. So was Amazon. Ah, look at that. All right. So what is this? Yesterday's lows-ish there on Uber?
Never sniff a gift fish.
I'm not sure what that means. And to be honest, I'm not sure I want to know what that means. Just throwing it out
sounds like good advice. Well, BBAI in the process of trying to recapture that VWAP. So took out that seller at 918.
BBAIs. Do we trade this here today?
Yeah, I don't think.
Do we trade this here today? ONDS did pull a little bit. I didn't see any news on that here today, though. Just pulled down to yesterday's low and held it. Yeah, nothing fresh here on ONDS. MGM watch 13 minutes. So MBRX, here we go at 260. Amazon pulling again. Izzy, that was a really good call to stay away from Amazon. I watched that pull out of the open. I was like, hey, if we get that, maybe we'll trade this one here today. But short-lived bounce there in Amazon. Rolling over to the lows. Smoke Tuna here saying the junk market is not interesting. Maybe wait it out for a while. I am taking a patient approach here today. Really, I've had a great week. Actually, I've had a great couple of weeks, and I don't necessarily want to ruin it.
Yeah. Getting asked about CNSP. This is a penny stock, and it looks like just under 20 cents is about as good as it could get. Maybe that's where the 65 EMA is on the on the daily. I don't know what's going on with this company, and I'm not sure this is really one that we want to be trading. But it looks to me like 20 cents is about where the resistance is going to be. If you go higher than that, maybe 24 and then 29, maybe almost 30. I don't know what this is, and I don't know how high it could go. But those are the levels I see where we could see resistance.
Tesla pulling here. See if this can hold 350 on Tesla.
No problem.
Check in on SOUN. That is continuing to get pounded here, down 27%. How about Serve? That was down 30. Oh my God. It continues. Another leg lower on both of these that no longer have NVIDIA per the filings here. Serve was down 30% earlier, down 42% now. So I'm not sure we have bottoms on these yet.
Yeah, and these even WRD not having the greatest day, even though it looks like it's trying to turn around.
And what was NBA? I know you had just mentioned that here. I checked in on it earlier, but that was the other one that was trading to the upside. So even that pulled, and I think NBIS probably has its own bull case, if you will.
NBIS is trying to reverse, still not above VWAP yet, and it's approaching the 65 EMA as well. And they're pretty close together. So it looks like 44 could be a big resistance area once we get up there. That'd be something to watch for.
NAOV, this is a penny stock. I know some of you penny players are on these. This one's ripping here, plus 33%. EAF, Jay Rice, your little EAF continues here. Let's see if that can get back to 150 where it reported earnings.
I think I just saw NBIS try to push up to 44. Or it's right at it went up to the 65 EMA and got a little resistance. It's trying to push up. We just need to get back over the VWAP, and then I think this may start trading better. Close above the VWAP. I mean. And then I was asked about SRM.
Got it on screen here. That's another penny stock.
Did this have some news this morning that sent it up
yes,
to 80?
SRM Entertainment shares are trading higher after the company announced a lockup agreement with shareholder Safety Shot.
Well, it's just trying to come up and get through VWAP. I would say if it gets through VWAP, watch for a move over 75. That seems to be another big resistance area in the stock, especially at the open here when it couldn't, close above it. We've seen, the first 15 minutes, it looks like it just was trying to push and hold above 75, and it wasn't successful. So I think that 75 is going to be an important level to watch for, and if it gets above that, it might start trading better.
By the way, HIMS, again, big shout out, Big Bees. You were all over this. This is searching for new highs here. It actually looks like this is going to try and pop above the pre-market high there. Who else was on this one? Mark, you're on this one too. Crow saying JTAI any moment now. That thing's kind of traded down here out of the open. I guess you're still expecting that one to go.
Oh, good mention on Aurora Innovation, AUR.
AUR.
This is having another good day here, trying to get up to the top of the broadening wedge that we were talking about yesterday. The top of that is going to be at about 1085, 1080. So that'll be a level to watch for. Less than $1 away actually from that. So just
okay.
There.
AUR, we'll see if that breaks into double-digit territory. Crow might have something here. JTAI bouncing right after Crow saying, hey, this is going to bounce pretty soon. Let's see if we have some strength here. VWAP at 572. If it can get above that, maybe it can challenge. Let's see. We have the intraday high here is 650. The pre-market high here, 675.
NBIS is pushing over VWAP. It's looking for 4450. If it gets through that, this thing could get up to. Well, it looks like the 45 would obviously be next, but that might be where we see some more resistance. 45 and NBIS.
Okay, Crow, I kind of like your call here on JTAI. I want to see what happens at this VWAP. Really good call there, Crow. Really good call there. We'll see if this actually can get through the VWAP or if it gets rejected there. Asnaldo mentioning SMCI again. This popping here today, some more new highs. So SMCI, this actually is pretty decent here.
It's making a move over the 500-day SMA on the daily chart for the SMCI. I think we see some resistance at 50 if we continue to trade up today.
Okay,
that's been the top of this sideways channel that was put in from late August till late October. So I think that channel is still in play. It's traversing it right now, but the top of that channel is at $50.
I like.
WRD is back up to its VWAP, trying to get over it. Not sure if it will or not, but it's certainly trying. It looks like we have a bit of a bear flag in this right now. So
yeah, it does actually.
Wouldn't be surprised if this goes lower.
DraftKings, anyone? Did someone mention DraftKings earlier today? I'm sorry, I forgot who mentioned this one, but DraftKings going higher here.
Oh, I missed you too, Amanda. Welcome back.
Hey, Amanda's back. Hope all is well. OSTX, by the way, smoked tuna, you had said on that.
Is it me or is it Ryan? Who's the one that's lagging here? I think it might be you, Ryan. Well, hi, folks. What are we trading? Looks like WRD is making its way over VWAP or trying to. NBIS just, this thing is starting to really move now. Making its way through that 45 level. The pre-market high here, 46.61. It was a nice reversal candle it had a few minutes ago, and this is hey, there he is.
My internet just dropped. I was like literally talking, and your picture was frozen, and I'm like looking around, and then it's like reconnecting. I'm like, oh, sorry about that, folks.
Well, I must have given you my internet
contagion. That's the other thing. Sorry, I missed all. I was talking over you.
No worries. I was just saying I must have given you my internet contagion or whatever that was. That I was having problems with last week.
Everything looks stable. Broker's okay.
JTAI moved up through VWAP. Pre-market high is 673. While you were gone, NBIS had a really nice move up through 45.
Crow. Nice call, JTAI Crow.
Hey, look, there's two 13s now.
What?
I'm 13 and you're 13.
Oh, because of the thing. Oh, here, yeah. I can fix that, though. How do I fix that when I'm in here? How do I fix that?
Intel popped up to 25.19 and then just really started to sell.
There we go. Crow. Winner, chicken dinner, Crow. Boom, boom, boom.
JTAI. This might halt.
This is going to halt.
So lottery still kind of doing similar things that it was in the pre-market, having a struggle with the 180 level. 175, 180 level. Trying to hold above VWAP. FlyX, not really flying. This is halted to the downside. This is the one that was acquiring JTAI.
And was super thin.
Mm-hmm.
Super, super thin.
Yep.
Let's see. Here we go. So what did this actually? Okay, so on average, this thing traded 20,000 shares. Today, it's traded 108.
JTI is also halted. Yep.
Yeah, this is halted 712 to the upside. 550 entry. Look at that. Nice job, Aura Alpha. Nice call, Crow.
Yep.
Nice call.
STAI coming down to its 200 EMA. I think there could be some support here because that's also the same area, just beneath $2, where it was getting support in the pre-market and in the after hours after it made its impulsive moves. So that'll be a level to watch for, just under $2 in STAI, like 198. BBAI, kind of interesting. Not sure if it's going to recapture the 925 level that's been important this week. It's getting rejected there currently, but it looks like it's, as long as it holds VWAP, there might be a chance for it to get back over that. Bros popped up to 84.90. It went a penny higher in the following candle, but it's coming back in. If it can hold 84, there might be some more upside in Bros.
Okay. BROS. Izzy, I saw that you were trading DraftKings. Good stuff there on DraftKings.
Fantastic breakout of that downtrend. That
on DraftKings?
That multi-year downtrend. I mean, this thing could really get going too. Like, I think at this stage, it wouldn't surprise me to see 56 in pretty short order, and maybe even 64, 65, by the next quarter.
Okay, there you go. Good stuff there, DraftKings.
BBAI still trying for that 25 level.
Let's see, here's OSTX. This died earlier, man. That thing, I don't even know if that is trying to curl here. Let's see, MBRX. This was another one. This is holding VWAP. I guess that's a good sign so far. We're still waiting on JTAI to open. Eat it on the list. STAI. That is rolling over. Win, that's holding higher. That was a nice move post earnings. By the way, we talked about Caesars. We talked about Las Vegas Sands, both of those doing well and how that should bode well for Win. Grats if anyone took that one. Hood getting mentioned here. That's one we haven't looked at yet today.
STAI getting some support from that 200 EMA. It went down to 194, but it is getting some support. So keep an eye on it for the price to turn around. If it starts to move upwards, then that would be looking at a VWAP recapture, but that might need a little bit of time.
Okay. Britt, love this thought here too. Crow, would love to hear what specifically you saw in JTAI to call that breakout. Let us know what you can help the group out with.
It had a good, formation, but my whole concern was this is being bought out, and I don't have any figures as to what the all stock purchase is in terms of dollar figure. But it did have a pretty decent setup. Just needed to hold certain levels. I don't know what he was seeing, but that's all I could really draw on, is that it had some support around 520.
Izzy, take care of yourself. Good stuff. We appreciate all the support. You're not too shabby yourself, my man. Abel is asking here, I'm trying to learn why FlyX, a company buying another company, is going down, but JTAI is going up. Well, okay, the simplest explanation there, the company that's buying is sending out either cash or stock to buy that. It's going to cost them something. That's going to affect their balance sheet. The other company is often going to get bought at a premium. And so that stock trades up. So this is the general relationship there. There might be something else going on with these two companies in this case, but generally speaking, that's why that behaves like that.
Something just unhalted. I think it was JTAI. Yep. 750. That just printed.
There we go. Matthew is saying, buy anything, everything with AI in the name. Ha ha. I know that you're saying ha ha, but like that's kind of what's happening. So that's like not even really that much of a joke.
It's funny that it's working as well.
Yeah, it is. Actually, it is. Well, let's see. And then Crow saying regarding JTAI here, the share float was 1.93 million shares versus the volume. 28 million shorts blew their load at the open. So you basically said that it got pounded too early at the open. You were watching the volume flow. Now, by the way, JTAI pulling a little bit off the high there.
All right.
But Abel, you were saying, I just looked at it backwards, but there is, I think one of the things that you were looking into, which is very, very real. Like if a company buys another company, what is accretive about the company that's getting purchased, right? Like if it's a piece of technology that's going to carry through to the bottom line, you could make a case that the acquiring company should also go up. But just in that reaction, it's cash out of one company, cash into another.
And into those shareholder pockets.
Yeah.
JTAI with a 788 print, getting a little bit of red on the screen now, but not necessarily breaking down.
So what do we think? We think we wait for a pull on JTAI?
Off this move, that would probably be the best thing to do.
Yeah.
How far down we want to wait? I don't know. I mean, like it's going to go higher now. We're in the 8s. I just would find something else at this stage because I feel like it'd be chasing. And if you find yourself keen on scalping, could do that too. But I don't want to be trading after this move. I want to wait for some more weakness. That's just how I would approach it.
Fair. INFA. I don't even think I've looked at that yet here today, Chris. Infomatica. What happened here? Infomatica shares are trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q4 sales results and issued Q1 and full year 25 revenue guidance below estimates. So guide sank this thing down 30%. Multiple analysts downgraded the stock following the report. Looks like you're trying to play it for a bounce here. Let me know what levels you're looking at.
NBIS might push up higher into 45. Trying to get over that handle right now.
Smoke Tuna says, watch JTAI to test 7 again. If it does not go down, I guess I can give it another trade. Okay.
I think I was getting asked earlier about why LAES is going lower. For one, it was kind of extended. It was all part of that, the drone theme that has unwound a little bit, but it's still holding. Currently it's holding above the 65 EMA on the daily. I think it may just have more to do with the price of the stock, and when you look at the fundamentals, it doesn't make sense for the price to be up here. I don't know. I'd have to look again, but it's just not favorable right now. I don't think the drone plays are hot today. I think it's more about those AI plays that we're watching right now.
Eat it. This is really rolling here. This is off that CRISPR upgrade. Eat it plus 16% here. Don't want to chase that, but that actually looks interesting. Here's CRISPR. You can see CRISPR really popping here, up 17%. CRISPR Evercore ISI upgrades CRISPR to outperform, raises the price target to 99. Morgan Stanley disagrees, maintaining underweight and raising their price target to 32. That's popping Eat It here, which is also on the scanner, by the way. That's another gene editor. Another one in this sector would be NTLA. So Eat It here at the highs. Let's take a look at NTLA. Also at the highs here. Watch both of these here today.
Trading Nutella. Anybody hood? That's been having a good move, right?
Hood, nice dip and rip here on Hood.
You're still getting that floating island to hold up for now.
Well, what we want to see here, let's see. Let's zoom in and take a look here. Yeah, and actually that adding on the dip, that was pretty good. In fact, let me look here at Hood real quick. Let me look here at Hood because that action here today is encouraging. Let's see, what do we got? March 70 calls on Hood. Should we start nibbling on that 13?
STAI reversing off the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Slowly. Volume's not the greatest, but it's turning around. CNSP is making its way over VWAP right now.
All right, I did try some Hood here for a floating island. I nibbled small, so let's not get excited here. We did hold the bottom, so we'll see here. I'm looking at the March 70 calls here on Hood. So long that for a swing, floating island setup. Appreciate you slapping me across the face on this one. Okay, hey, sometimes, look, I miss some of these candle formations. Got to make sure you remind me on that.
Looks like MBRX is trying to turn around here, looking for VWAP recapture now. Oh,
yeah, it is. Hey, we haven't been halted a whole bunch on this one, right? That was just yesterday.
I don't think we've been halted at all on this one yet. Yeah. Maybe earlier this morning, but I don't think that we have been. Okay, JTAI coming back in now. You'll be wanting VWAP support if you are looking for more upside in this one. NBIS still holding above 45. Looks like BBAI is trying to make a move up over 925. See some sellers at about 938.
Good question here from Smoke Tuna. I don't know the answer to this, so I would propose this to the group. What are the options to invest in Anthropic AI? Are there any ETFs? Does anyone have an answer here for Tuna? I don't know off the top of my head, Tuna. That's not a bad question. Anyone got any ideas here for our chat?
Is this not a listed company?
Anthropic? I don't think it's public, no. Yeah, Ryan Mullen, 1 for 60. Jay alerted me to that yesterday. That was my favorite part about the whole thing.
Oh, because it was it's made by former members of OpenAI. Amazon spent $2.75 billion on Anthropic, or is it Anthropic or Anthropic? It's Anthropic. Right? Okay. I mean, I guess you could try and play it through the companies that are investing in them. Look at BBAI now. That's really starting to move.
Let me bring that up here, BBAI. Ooh, nice breakout. Gosh, I'm sorry I wasn't on this one.
Oh, wow. So Ken's doing great. Well, you're right there. Have you looked into trading AI agents? No, I haven't.
Amanda here saying, honestly, you already own a lot of it. It's all in the Mag 7.
Yeah.
Unless you don't have a retirement account.
Well, yeah, because like I said, these companies that are investing in it, like Amazon, that was just kind of suggesting maybe that's the way you play it if they're not in ETFs. So to Amanda's point, that's good point.
BBAI, this was nice.
Mm-hmm.
This was nice.
Still coming up to some consolidation, though. May see some resistance as it approaches the 65 EMA, which is just, we'll call it 950. So You get a little bit of resistance there. But if we can push through the 65 and 200 EMAs, which are basically at 950 and 960 respectively, we might see might see it go to 980. I don't exactly know where it's going to end up, but all I know is that we need to get over those EMAs.
Okay. DKNG going for some of those highs as well.
NBIS. Here we go.
Yeah, that was a really good call on NBIS, by the way. 13. Well done.
Thanks.
Look at that. Get it.
Did pretty well. You know, I want to take a look at that on a daily or a longer time frame because it was coming up to, I think, a gap fill or some kind of moving average. Yes. Okay. So the 200 SMA on the daily.
Here, be right back, 13.
No problem. That's at, I currently have that at 49.90. So we just hit 47.07 here. If this continues to run, I would have 49.90 on my radar as a potential resistance area to watch for. Big resistance area, actually. NBIX, dang. Chicken future shorts made a killing. Pony trades like it has a very thin float. The float is, I have a read of 20 million on Pony. But we did just get over VWAP, so you know, we had that trend line drawn that Ryan I had Ryan draw earlier. We're still making our way up towards that. So at this stage, it would be closer to 18 as a potential breakout area on that trend line currently, and that trend line breakout level is going to get lower and lower with each passing 5-minute candle. Yeah, so JTAI coming down, just tested VWAP, looking to reverse. I'm not sure that it will. I mean, it could, but it's starting to get less volume.
Which one are we looking at?
I was just taking a look at, what was that one I was just looking at? Well, the one I'm looking at now is FlyX. That just went right up to its VWAP, and it's trying to push through it now.
It's flying.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, she's flying, man.
That was just for you, 13.
JTAI. I think that was the one I was just looking at. That came down to its VWAP, found support, trying to turn around right now. But I was just saying that I'm not sure that we're going to see it get over 820 yet. It looks like it really does look like it wants to roll over, but not sure it happens yet. Meanwhile, NBIS firmly into the 47 handle. Looking for that 49.90 level. That's where the 200-day SMA is. Yeah, FlyX flying over VWAP right now.
Remember, Mark from this morning was telling us about Microsoft here, 405. Microsoft's currently still holding that spot, but watch it in case that spot breaks.
That whole Vegas theme that Zoltan's been on is really great. CZR, Win,
Yeah.
DraftKings, all doing really well.
And I'll tell you, and the win move was interesting, right? Because we popped right after the print, but we didn't actually, we came right back and we actually went negative. And then today, you're actually getting that follow through here on Win.
Yeah, so BBAI trying to make its way through those two EMAs I outlined, the 65 and the 200. It's beneath both of them again, but the price was really trying to test those two. May just need to pull back a little bit. Let's give it some time, and hopefully it holds 925 in that process. And if it does, then it may push through the next try that it has.
AUR, this is pushing here.
Yep, that's the autonomous truck.
Yep,
they're going to release here in Texas, and we were looking for just under 11 as a potential resistance area. Call it 1080. I think I said earlier.
Apple here near the highs. ARM said it's going to make its own chips. I think that was yesterday, right? Yep. new chip project. This actually can this down here today, but see if this can get back to where it was yesterday. Charles, you're asking, are we saying MBIS or MVIS? Neither. It's NBIS, November Bravo India Sierra. And Staff Sergeant Ryan, if you're out there, Sierra, not Sandy.
10 going for 90. Any key levels now?
Oh, TEM, the Pelosi push.
I mean, we're kind of in uncharted territory here. I don't think I really have. I mean, I can only kind of provide some, support levels. I don't know where we, unless you break out the FID extension, I don't know where we could mark off some levels for the upside. But that trend line from, you can draw a trend line from the August 22nd high and the November 12th high. Keep on drawing it straight through. You can see we've just broken out, but I would be using that trend line as a support area. So that kind of pegs support in the area of 82.25 right now. And that support's only going to gradually increase as we go over time, as the days go on. All right. What else is trading well? So JTAI kind of hanging out above VWAP, but moving sideways. Looks like NBIS printed 47.68, kind of coming back in now. We'll be looking at 46.50 as support for NBIS. We're almost there, so let's see if it can get some support at that area. BBAI right down to 925. Let's see if we can get a reversal here on BBAI. Sorry about that.
It's okay. NTLA broke out. Eat it back on. Watch for a high at daybreak here. 148 on Eat It. Remember, that's on the CRISPR upgrade. WRD, how are we doing in this one? Okay, so we're still holding here below VWAP, but this not breaking down yet. So you're now here. You guys are both. You guys are not both. You guys are mentioning SOUN and SERV. So sound here. Maybe we finally put a bottom in here at $11. Let's take a look at SERV.
I think I'd be done with. I mean, trade Soundhound if you got the setups and if you got the volume. But I think personally, I'd move on from Soundhound. Yeah. The whole trade idea around this one, it's kind of gone. The whole thing that was making it great to trade and appealing, that's all gone now. So I think there's going to be better trades elsewhere.
I think you're right.
So BBAI, that was a pretty good move off of 925. Great support there. So that's been just a robust level to for resistance and support all week this week. Starting to move back up. It's going to lean on the same resistance we had when we had this last move up to the 65 and 200 EMAs. It's going to have the same resistance. So 940, which is kind of where we're at right now. And then the 65 EMA, which is at 950, and then the 200, which is just under 960. You get through those, we might even see 10.
See, Aura Alpha is asking, where does sound value come back? From what I understood, the product is pretty good and selling. I'm not familiar with the product. That's actually an interesting question. Someone else earlier, I forgot who it was mentioning that they didn't think that they needed NVIDIA based on how good those sales were going. And if that's the case, I mean, the other thing is that this is obviously reacting to fresh news. So it's possible that this type of action shakes out over a day or two before it firms up. Take care of yourself, Christoph.
I think you have you could see I could see Soundhound coming down to the 200-day SMA, which is at just above 8, or I'm sorry, just below 8. 790. I would say 8 is a pretty good looking area for Soundhound to find some support. We're $3.50 away from it, so we'll see if that's what we end up getting.
Ryan, BBAI numbers here: 36.88% of the float shorted with 1.13 days to cover. That print came from 2/11, so it's 3 days stale. That's pretty fresh.
How's the broader market looking here?
SPY's curling up. Still can't get above that. Well, here, let me actually bring that up because I think we have. Let me get my bigger chart here. Take a look at that together, 13.
It is not too far away from that all-time high print.
Sure isn't.
But
That
man,
is 10 with 610.78. We're at 610.45.
Yep. So with how much of the struggle it's having right now, it seems like we still could print those new all-time highs, but I'm going to maintain that we end up selling off later. This doesn't look like the strength is really there to continue pushing this up, but that could happen later. Maybe there's some Trump headline that comes out, or he starts talking about more tariffs, or he could start talking about anything and move the market up. So we'll see if that's what we end up getting.
It looks like it's now we printed 611.15 in the pre-market, and it looks like it's kind of running into that all-time high resistance here. So it'd be interesting to see if it's got the strength to take this out.
LES going lower. And BIS not necessarily breaking down. Kind of going sideways at the moment. Tell me if you've heard this before.
This was so good, 13. I wish I took this with you.
AppLovin, looking for 500. APP.
The only way is up.
Well, I wish that way would move faster. All right.
Beam Therapeutics. Is this also going on the CRISPR thing? This is gene editing too, isn't it? Beam. Yep. Genetic medicines. Yep. So this is also moving on CRISPR here, plus 18% on Beam.
JTAI trying to push up here. Not sure what we're going to get out of this. We could get a pop and drop in JTAI. Be careful with this one. There we go. It's starting to move up again.
Or Alpha says back in JTAI. Playing that for a move higher?
Are you looking for over 8?
I was asking Aura, yeah.
Long BBAI from 935, and it's so it needs to make that move still.
715 entry on that curl there, Aura. Nice hooked one.
Right.
I think we want this to get above that 786, right? You want this to make a move back towards the highs, which you might actually get.
Yeah, let's see if we get this impulse push right here. I mean, it's really moving right now, but a lot of back and forth. Not so much up yet. Just waiting to see if it does that. I would think it would have to get to 8.
Okay, watch no position here for me on JTAI. I am trying some eat it up here. Hopefully that doesn't bite me. And we also took the hood swing.
STA going sideways.
Apple off the highs, Netflix off the highs.
App hit 501.19, so got the 500 print.
Chris saying I will add NBIS to my long term, or I will add it long, excuse me, if it pulls back to 46.62. So that's the level that you're looking for here on NBIS.
Here we go with JTAI. A little bit better of a move up. Now it needs to get through 780, and then he might see 8.
I'll keep this on. Here we go on JTAI.
Just printed over 780, but hold right away. Still holding up there, though. I think that's, 8 does look like the level it needs to get over, because it's only printed up there once, and it was an immediate turnaround after. So that's 780 to 8 is going to be the big resistance range, I think. Let's see. BBAI is still taking its sweet time. The lottery's trying to turn back up to VWAP. BIS getting a little weaker here, trying to find some support from the pre-market levels here, the pre-market highs.
ONDS on its way back after that opening pull. That was a good buy. Oh, Izzy left. That's right. Izzy checked out early today. Anyone got any big plans for the weekend with no football? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I'm gonna have some fun with some friends on Saturday night, but only plan is to to take care of the disaster that is my garage.
Weekend project.
Yeah, it needs some work.
Things seem like they have slowed down. Does anyone see anything great? JTAI push towards the highs might be something, but I'm not in it. Let me know if you guys have anything. Julian saying he's waiting for the UFC this weekend. Chris mentioning QBTS. We had another gentleman mentioning Rigetti earlier, so it looks like some of those quantum plays. Here we go. QBTS to the highs. How's Rigetti doing? I guess we should check in on that here. Rigetti also. I'll see if this can get back to the pre-market level. So this might actually go red-green if Rigetti keeps up here. Volume actually looks pretty good, too. Whoa. Damn. Amanda, my kid is the #1 seed in the breaststroke at the state finals tomorrow morning. Go. Well, hopefully we're rooting for him.
Yeah, tell him that everybody in Benzinga says do a good job. Great stuff.
Take home the Gibbons gold.
Yeah. Well, BBAI still holding up there, but I'd like to see better volume than this. Otherwise, I'm a little bit concerned about it holding 925. Volume just getting
Look at DraftKings. Who was day trading? Sorry for interrupting, but who was day trading DraftKings here today? Damn, that would have been a good one to follow along too.
Might get some resistance at 55 in DraftKings. And BIS still coming in some more. This red candle here that we have here on the 5-minute could be the last one before it tries to push up again, but just take that with a grain of salt and don't know how this trades because it's still fresh back on the market.
Flutter. So this must be trading with DraftKings here. Flutter also up 5+% here today. FLUT.
Well, Intel really taking it on the chin today.
That's had a pretty good run. The trade desk here, this is actually doing a pretty decent job defending the lows from yesterday after that sell-off. This, Mark was talking about this being his potential trade of the day. We asked him how he would trade this, talked about this getting over yesterday's candle, holding this area. So this is another one to watch here.
I think we need to start calling Mike Uncle Rico.
Why is that?
Well, his last comment.
I bet I can throw a football over those mountains.
It's practically a meme at this point. I appreciate it. It's from the movie Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, I never saw that. Always looked kind of stupid to me, to be honest. But maybe I'm the wrong one. Maybe everyone seems to love that movie.
It's a movie you can watch once and then you can be fine with never watching it again.
Okay. Okie dokie.
WRD really getting hammered now. Losing 65 EMA.
Oh, God, I don't even see it on my list here anymore.
Yeah,
I knew I was going to get comments for that. I knew I was going to get comments for that. But
who Tina is? That was the llama, wasn't it? Come get some food.
It's stupid, but that's why it's great.
Yeah.
WRD, this really pulling here.
I'm glad we all saw the same movie. It looks like everything's starting to pull. BBAI just lost that 925. That's my concern confirmed. NBIS that hasn't recovered yet. JTAI coming down towards VWAP. MACD looks like it might roll over. I mean, yeah, it's looking like we're getting some pulls here. What's the SPY doing? You getting some weakness in SPY? Everybody taking out positions, don't want to hold it over the long weekend.
SPY is still holding there at 610. Now, it was unable to get above that 611.15 that we talked about, but it is holding here so far on the SPY. How's JTAI doing? Okay, that pulled back.
Jay Walker's mentioning kindly again. This one treated my account kindly the other day.
That's KDLY, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back up to kind of overbought again.
Look at these moves, man.
Vote for Pedro, yeah.
These legs higher.
Well, maybe NBIS does turn around. I'm not sure. Got to hold this level. Nothing that's looking really appealing at the moment. Opened at 8, almost at 13. Well, what are you doing this weekend?
Me?
You?
Yeah, not a whole. Sorry, I'm trying to. Oh my God. These shortcuts, these Windows 11 shortcuts are freaking me out. Sorry about that. I am just probably chilling and working out. I'd probably hit the golf simulator.
All right.
With no football. Probably do that. Sounds like the chat wants me to watch some Napoleon Dynamite, to be honest.
Yeah, that way we could all laugh together.
That, though.
We can all laugh together at the jokes then.
I was trying to test something here, but I kept screwing it up.
Looks like lottery is trying to make a comeback. It's still beneath VWAP, but it's moving up. I wonder if we get that in some of these other names too. Looks like MBRX is really trying to get back above.
Look at KDLY. God. Oh, I traded the wrong things today, guys, except for Hood. I'm glad I opened a position on Hood. Traded the wrong things today, though. All right, let me report this here real fast.
Go for a run in the cold and snow, or the snow and cold.
Yes. It's the best. Running in the cold is my favorite.
Go watch. So Wisdom suggesting that we watch the Robin Hood movie, although I'm not exactly sure which one, since there's kind of quite a few of them. You know, do we watch Men in Tights, or with an actual English accent out of the Robin Hood character? Or do we watch Prince of Thieves, where it's a lazier Robin Hood accent?
Oh gosh, Portillo's getting hit today.
And you're saying Intel's coming back, folks? Let's take a look here. I would need a little bit more confirmation that we're bottoming. I mean, I can see that it's starting to curl a little bit, so it seems like a lot of that really big downside pressure is abating. Needs to recapture 23.25, in my opinion.
Ron asking if KDLY can retest its Wednesday high. That would be something. It's going to need way more volume to do that. Look at the volume that it was doing on Wednesday versus today. Not even really comparable.
Baba giving back the overnight gap up. How are those looking today, by the way?
On Baba? Remember, we were at that 120 spot on Baba. We gapped up above it, and we're coming right back to it. I almost want. You think we back test this level and make it support here? Let me put this on the big chart.
TEM trying to print new high of day. Current one is 89.88. And it looks like this candle is going to try and do it if it can get over 89.90.
So here's this level in Baba that we're dealing with here today, right? We gapped above this. Now we're back testing this. I think if this holds, we might actually be setting up for some more upside here on Baba. And I'd probably put that target around 140.
Cyril suggesting we watch the low effort Robinhood. So that would be Prince of Thieves. No blades, no bows. Please leave your weapons here.
DraftKings continuing to move. Okay.
Good report, good guide. They,
yeah,
they're breaking the trend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there's a new high in TEM, looking for 90 still. Jet AI continues to break down. It's now trading beneath VWAP. Yeah, I don't know what I like right now.
I don't see any great setups right now.
Me neither. That might come later today, but yeah, to your point right now, not seeing too much that I like. Maybe NBIS trying to turn around and come back up after getting near VWAP. That's possible, but I feel like my expectations really need to be tempered here. Does JTA have a wedge set up? Let's see.
Airbnb may be higher here on Airbnb. It's looking like this might try and break out a little bit here.
Let's see. I guess you're kind of wondering if it's maybe like kind of a broadening wedge. I'd say kind of. It does kind of look like that based on the price action we've had just from the pre-market to the regular session here today. And if that's the case, we are coming up to a potential spot where we would want to see the price reverse, or else we could end up going lower. But yes, a broadening rising wedge that can usually lead to downside. So if you're wondering if this is going to turn bearish on us, I'd say that that's a possibility, a pretty good possibility. It just has to hold, kind of has to hold the 620 area, 620, 625. So if we get a reversal here, it could trade up to the top of that wedge. But if we start to lose it here, then this could end up going lower down to the 5 handle. And BIS at VWAP trying to hold above it. Nothing's looking great to me.
No, Mullen lower after announcing that 1 for 60 reverse.
Learn with Moses, that wedge play you marked yesterday was brilliant. Can you remind me what ticker that was that I mentioned? I think I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember which ticker it was. Let me see if I can look through my list here and figure out which one that was.
I might have drawn it too. It rings a bell, but I can't seem to place it either.
It's the curse of looking at so many tickers.
Yeah, this has been happening to me for years. You just go through so many, you can't keep track of it anymore.
Where is coin going? Well,
yeah.
I think that
Go
just
ahead.
depends. It just depends on where Bitcoin goes. Like
Yeah,
we were mentioning earlier this morning, it's going to trade pretty similarly with Bitcoin. So how did we end up going? So we popped up to 97, and just more than 600, but that was kind of the top there in this current session. And then we just really started selling off, and it pulled us back down underneath 97. So that's kind of a similar price action that we've seen here in coin this morning, where kind of just went down lower and trying to find a bottom in reverse. So I would say watch Bitcoin, and you were going to get similar price action in coin.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. We did do a really good job holding this 278.15 line. This is a very, very clear previous area that we've so far held. If we zoom into like what the chart looks like now, I could absolutely see this kind of moving above 300 if we get a pretty good pop. So this is kind of what I'd be looking at. Trade this against this 278 level. Maybe we can pop back above 300 and take out this volume point of control here at 305. Pro, it is extremely tough. It is extremely tough trading and hosting and going back and forth through all of these. I love it, but I will admit it's not easy, and it's often why I miss some, and I'm okay with that.
Day trader,
yeah.
We did talk about Serve.
I talked about all of them multiple times today. I had that story. I added that story to the list, and I talked about all of the angles.
Yeah, the reason why it's down is because NVIDIA no longer is reporting a stake in the company. Same thing with SoundHound, SOUN. However, WRD now has an NVIDIA stake. Well, I'm sorry, NVIDIA has a stake in WRD. I said that correctly.
And NBIS.
Yeah, and NBIS, yeah.
That was those were the two. So it was NBIS, WRD positive on NVIDIA, Serve Sound negative on NVIDIA.
So they just they must anticipate these going higher, because that's what happened with those other two, and they probably made a good amount of money on those, and now they're out. On to the next one. It looks like WRD is trying to recapture 30. I don't know if it's going to get higher than 31. That was kind of where we were getting support in the pre-market and the regular session. More like 30, 50. So if it can get it back above that now resistance area, this may go on another run here. Keep in mind, WRD. This is the one that I believe had the heavy float. Yeah, it says it has 175 million shares in the float. So just keep that in mind. Interesting, though, my broker says it's vastly different. I'm not sure why that is. Like, I mean, vastly different. It says it has 7.74 million shares.
In the float?
Yeah.
WRD.
Yeah, and that's what my broker says.
Yeah, I don't have any recent split on it, so I'm not sure.
I don't know why there's such a huge disconnect there. But okay. It looks like NBIS still trying to turn around here. And it has recaptured VWAP, but it's still getting a little bit suppressed in this 45 handle. So as long as it holds above 45, there's still a shot this could go higher, but I'm not sure if it's going to do that. Okay. Oh, this is pretty cool. JTAI, that area that I mentioned, we were talking about the broadening wedge. So it's coming off the bottom of that wedge now, and it's trying to recapture VWAP. So if this continues, it could trade up to the top of that wedge. That's JTAI. Yeah,
so you have basically, I think you've got the top part of the trend line is this.
No.
I actually have this above the VWAP.
This is a wedge that we're talking about here. So if you take the high from like 925 this morning and draw it through that 820 high that we have in the regular session. That's the trend line. That's the top part of the broadening wedge.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? What did I miss? Do I have the right line here to begin with?
No. So the line that I for the broadening wedge, you're going to start at 925, which is this morning, which is where the price went up to 673.
Yep.
So you draw it from there up to the 820 high. There you go. So that's the top of the broadening wedge. Now for the bottom, you could do the regular session 950 low and draw it through the low we just printed. That's the broadening wedge I'm looking at.
There you go. There we go.
So either we're going to continue to move upwards and try to test the top of that wedge, or we're going to get some resistance probably around 720 and lose VWAP. So that would be the next movement I'm watching for. And if we do lose that VWAP again, I think we fall out of the broadening wedge.
Okay. We do have that VWAP 663 here.
Just waiting for something to do something. Looks like LAES.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of great stuff here.
Looks like LAES found some support around 333. That's trying to turn back up now. Still beneath VWAP, but MACD is curling up. We might get some movement back up towards 350 on this. TEM still looking for 90. It's hitting the doorstep multiple times. 89.99. Then STAI, that's also starting to curl.
JTAI might be falling out of this wedge right now, 13. Up. Is it going to hold it? We got the battle right now.
Mm-hmm. Finally, some entertainment.
I mean, at this point, I'm looking for anything. You know, I will say, you had asked me what I'm doing this weekend. We also have the Four Nations hockey game, U.S. versus Canada, tomorrow night. Excited about that. Canada and the U.S. both looked really good in their first games.
Oh, Fairchild, you're flirting with disaster, you maniac. Wisdom, did you know that Border Patrol does not check your animals? Oh gosh, please don't tell cartels that. I don't want to think about animals getting,
Yeah, let's not
trafficking.
Even do that. Come on. Let's not even do that.
Yeah. All right, there's a big move in TEM over 90.
I'm still watching the bottom of this trend line in JTAI. We are right here.
Funny stuff. It looks like NBIS still not able to go higher. Lost VWAP just now. FlyX trying to recapture VWAP.
I don't have anything good. I feel bad. I was looking for a fun Friday here. Sebastian saying Hood. Yeah, that's the one. I guess that's the one good thing I did have. Started a swing position here on Hood. I guess we do have something good.
I mean, you're having a great time if you're taking short positions.
I'm not. That's the thing.
Yeah, that JTAI wedge.
I don't think so. This looks weak, Barrow. It's trying, but I don't know, man.
That's got a big seller at 660. That's beneath VWAP. NBIS lost 45.
JTAI, this needs to bounce at this point. Otherwise, the time alone is going to take it beneath this trend line. We're all watching that. Oh, you're all watching the Canada-US game, Aura? Is that what you're referring to? Those games have been good. Where is the family? Missed the kitty and the bird cameo. So the bird I move out of here just because it makes a lot of noise and I can't control it. The cat, though, he shows up once in a while. He comes by now and then. JTAI done here, by the way.
Did it lose that wedge?
Yeah, and it's pulling big now.
All right. Well, I'm glad to see the technicals are still working.
Yep.
Did you know that we printed a new all-time high in the SPY?
We did?
Yes, we did.
I mean, you're not talking about the pre-market one, are you?
Nope.
Hey, we did. So is this the pullback now? Do we think we're pulling back here?
That's my expectation.
Yeah.
Whether or not I'm right is we'll see, but that's my expectation. But just a penny shy of 611. It's almost like there was just a seller just waiting up there for it. Oh man, I wish I had taken. It's hard when it's a stock this expensive, but man, that TEM breakout of 90 was really good. Really good move over 90.
Yeah, that sure was. TEM was a great scalper when we were first trading this. Obviously, it's really gone since then. You're asking about PayPal. We asked Mark about that. I was kind of looking at PayPal for a position for myself. Haven't taken one yet, though. So let me take a look at the bigger chart here.
Jonathan, I'll take a look at SPGC while Brian does that. See if we get see what this break is you're referring to.
10 minutes until Anne Marie, folks. We're going to have some options trades set up as well. So here's PayPal. Now, the thing about PayPal is I actually would really like it to test this 200-day, but it might not do that at this point. We are starting to bounce here. Would love to see it get over this volume shelf and move back higher. PayPal might also move with Bitcoin a little bit. If PayPal comes back in and tests its 200, got that at 74.33, I would try for a long here. I would try a swing long on this.
SPGC, so this is moving over at 65 daily EMA. It was at 90, just under 94 cents. I see that there's a high that was put in on January 30th of 109. So I'd be looking at 109 as a resistance area. Should it break through that, the next area I see of resistance. Hold on a second, I just screwed this up. Is going to be at about 150. And hopefully we don't get more of the same price action that we've had last year and in previous years, where we print above the 65 EMA on the daily and then just turn around and start going lower. That has been what has been happening with this stock all last year.
This trying to rip here. You guys, some of you are mentioning SoFi. SoFi up 6% here today. The reason we're not mentioning this is because there were other more substantial moves than this, and there's no fresh news. It's a nice move here today, but we had other stuff on deck. And actually, you know what? One of the things that you should watch here on this daily chart for SoFi, we've got this, watch this area here. If it continues to come back up, you might have a head and shoulders on this.
Yes, Grim Biscuit, market is closed on Monday.
Yeah,
for,
so no
Day.
show on Monday. You guys get to sleep in.
That's going to be nice.
Indeed.
Yeah, so JTAI still making its way lower. There looks like it could be support at about 560, 550 area, somewhere in there. Don't know if it's going to reverse. Yeah, looks like looks pretty bearish to me. I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up going down to 450.
KDLY, watch that 4 and maybe the high a day and KDLY. This is holding higher. This actually did better than Eat It on that CRISPR upgrade.
App is trying to make a big move through 500, and there it goes.
Nice on that little breakout there.
Wow, $2 almost instantly, folks.
Chris saying only a matter of time before the Super Bowl is played the Sunday before President's Day, and that will be amazing. Yo, facts. Like, why can't we just figure it out so that Monday after nobody really has a whole lot of responsibility?
Why can't we just do that?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, why we should just do it.
What's the hang up? Programming? Show scheduling? Get out of here.
This app breakout here, this was actually not, I know it's an expensive stock, but you actually got a couple of points here on that breakout.
That was it's a pretty dang good break over 500.
Yeah, sure is.
Oh, man. I'm being asked about what my SPGC short interest reading is. I'll tell you in just a second. That is
OSTX Tuna. This was a good call. This thing never came back. That was dead from the moment you said it was dead.
I have 32.5% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover because it's a thin name, a float of 8 million. But that's a pretty significant short interest. So probably mostly a squeeze that you're seeing here. And this company authorized a share buyback program. Let's see here. I have high short interest. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Scotty calling 1750 for SoFi EOD. What's the thought there?
It's going to be a little bit of a smart ass here, but I'm thinking, if I'm a company that authorized a share buyback program and I see that my short interest is ultra high, maybe I'm buying some shares and squeezing out these shorts. I don't know. I'm thinking like a jerk. By the way, app really moving.
That was a great breakout call. Look, when we talk about day trading some of these names, I like moves like this, right? I like impulse moves. The stock's up, the stock's strong, and then it rails against a very clear area and then breaks through it. This would have been a great trade here.
That's what was that one that we were talking about that had the ascending triangle? Remember I had you draw it in pre-market?
Dude, I don't remember. What ticker was it?
No, it wasn't WRD.
This continues to go here. What a call. I'm pissed I didn't trade this one. Damn. This would have been great for the day. Did not trade the right things today. Except for Hood. Was it JTAI? JJ?
No, because that's the Browning wedge.
Yep. Ryan, watch for these stocks with the nice setup but low volume. Most of the times, at some point, they will fail the setup, and that's done. So this is what you saw in OSTX, right, Tuna? This had kind of low volume, right? It had this setup here, and then it sank, and then that volume just fell off. This thing never did anything. We were talking about this possibly going back to the VWAP. That's a good point. And I often say it's all about the volume. Well, here you go.
Wow. WRD is recovering. Coming up to VWAP. I don't know if it breaks through VWAP or not, but if it does, it could start to get some pretty big movement. I am really weirded out by that disconnect in the size of the float between my broker and pro. It's kind of weird to me. I haven't seen anything that big in difference yet, so just kind of weirded out by it. BBAI going possibly under 9 again.
Ryan, you sound like a Canadian. Sorry after sorry after sorry. Yeah, I try to be polite. Are you saying that I should move up there when they become the 51st state or what? MGOL, nice little rip off the lows. This actually dipped beneath $1 and then printed on volume. Beam, this is going higher. Boy, I picked the wrong one. I took Eat It on that trade. Beam actually breaking out and going higher off that. Pony AI, that really couldn't get going here.
MGOL is broadening. Now it's not like a rising broadening wedge. It's more symmetrical, so there's no clear direction where this could end up going. It could go up, it could go down. Yeah, I don't know exactly which way this one goes, so it wouldn't surprise me if it broke out or broke down in either direction. NVIS, on the other hand, this thing looks like it's still going to end up going lower, probably down to the 200 EMA again. It had support there last time. Concern is that if it continues to hammer that EMA, like so many things we've seen, where it constantly gets pressure, it could break it too.
JTAI continuing to come in here. GXAI, on the other hand, looking pretty good.
WRD making prints above of VWAP. Oh, wow.
Crow says, we're good with this as long as you convert to Celsius. It should take me about a week to learn. How's the snow in Chicago? Nice and white. It's actually really cold. It was like 3 degrees this morning. Up to 16 now.
What's your favorite part about snow?
Just like the quietness, like when you look at, like after a fresh snowfall, it's all like quiet and peaceful outside. That's probably my favorite. All right. I got a little too distracted there. Anne-Marie's waiting back. Like, come on, get to it already. Get to it already. All right, 13. Any closing words for the group here today?
Folks, enjoy a 3-day weekend. Have fun with Anne-Marie. I didn't realize what time it was. We got to get so that she can get on here. I'll take my leave now. Everybody have a good one.
Take care of yourself, 13. We'll see you next week. Really good stuff here this week.
I think he closed the wrong person.
I like how I took myself off. That's just, I'm having a day. I'm having a day. Take care, 13. Anne-Marie, how are you doing? At least I added the right person on the back.
Oh my gosh, we're wearing our white sweatshirts together.
It's the whites today. It's the whites today. I got white pants and socks on too. I went all white here today. All right, Anne-Marie, what do we got here today? You looked like you had a couple of tickers ready for us.
Yeah, actually. First thing I wanted to do is review SMCI.
Perfect.
Because we talked about it on Tuesday into that earnings move. And yeah, let's see if I can share my screen so that you can use it whenever.
Boom.
So one of the things we talked about was how swift the move would need to be for our butterflies to actually make money, and what we could do coming into expiration if it happens. Now we are $3.50 off of $3.50 off of our highs here. That at 50, the 50 calls, so that you can see both of these went essentially to zero. Mm-hmm. And so this is something I want to talk to folks about and remind them that if you buy a cheap option and something really big doesn't happen, this kind of erosion takes place. So you want to be pretty careful about the sizes that you choose. On the flip side, I said, hey, take a look at this iron condor that you could take until March, and it was going at about 166. It's about 20 cents underwater here, but it still looks like a great trade at this juncture. And then I have another one that's unique, and I'm going to show you why. Okay, so the first one, we go back, we take a look. It's all the way into March. And 50, take a look at at what's happened here. This is August 2024. All of these weeks, folks were looking for a break, didn't happen. They were looking up here, didn't happen. So now, when they come up here, everybody who's been buying, hoping for a breach of 50, they're going to run for the fire escapes as soon as that happens. And then it might pull back for another little move to the upside. So although we're making higher lows, what's very likely to happen is a push into these areas and then another down candle in the formation. Now, so the first thing is, because of that, our iron condor still looks really great. We've almost got half the price of the spread. So it's almost a 1-to-1 from that space. But I have this very unique, though somewhat expensive, relatively speaking, for this put butterfly in the money. Now have a peek at this. The actual put strike, that's hard for me to say this morning. The put strike is way down here at 55. The actual price is 46. And so if nothing happens and it sits around this place, this butterfly, the 55, 45, 35, that's where I buy 155, I sell 245s, and I buy 135. This butterfly will be worth $9. It's currently going for $274. So that gives us a really nice upshot if the chart fails or if it holds round and about this region. So a little bit more expensive, but what I've been noticing in my own trading and following the formations that I've been seeing over the last 6 months is that when we position these in the direction of the area we think the price action ought to go, even if we're spending more on it, it's going to end up paying for us, whether it's 20% or 400%. This is a really nice trade because the 55 put is $11.80 right now. And there's quite a bit of volume sitting in here also. The next one I wanted to look at is DraftKings.
Perfect. That was one that we were watching here today.
Yes. I have to say that I turn your show on at about 8:45 because I've got some other stuff going on before, and I really enjoy it. I enjoy the way you guys go through things. I enjoy the way you look at price action. I always pick up tidbits of knowledge. Big fan of the show.
Okay.
Just want to tell you. And I know I've told you that before, but never bad.
I appreciate that. I am always looking for feedback if you think we can make it better.
Well, I got nothing for you right now.
That means we're doing our job.
Yeah. So remember we talked about DraftKings having a real run-up into the Super Bowl event and then sort of tapering off a little bit. Here comes earnings. And man, oh man, these guys are shooting like a rocket ship. My thought is there's a fair bit of short covering here, but I don't know for sure. What I do see is a trend break. And let me draw a line here. I see a trend break out of this wedge that shows bullish action. Now, interestingly enough, the entire market looks like this right now. We've had this wedge, all of the different indices, all of them compressing. All of a sudden, it breaks out. I don't know that we have a catalyst, but what I do see are traders positioning for higher highs in the near term. So if we want to look at this, we can use the same sort of strategy that we did with the put side for SMCI, with the call side for DraftKings. And so let's see what that looks like. Now, I know, did you say that you bought it? No, that wasn't this chart. Where did you buy a 70 call?
Oh, that was
this
Hood.
morning?
HOOD.
Hood. That's the other one I wanted to look at super quick if we had time. All right. So here we have this formation. If we look at this range, let's draw Fibonacci. Right? It's up over the 100. Here's the 150 area. It's right at about 60, right? So I don't know that it'll get there, but it easily could get to 57. So let's see what we've got going on in this area. So what I've done is I've got this one for May, but let me see how it's not that much more expensive. So this one is only $2 in the money, right? At the 50. Current price is $52.86. So we've still got extrinsic value here because we're paying more than the actual strike price is going for here at this particular time. But if we said, okay, what is that half back area in terms of this weekly candlestick? If we separate this and we do a measure and we just take half of it, it's 47. So let's see what the delta is on that 47. Wow, that's really high. It's very interesting. The delta, look at this delta. It goes from 70 being at the money where it is, right? It's just inside the money, all the way down to 41. So it makes trying to find that 60 delta, which is the sweet spot, the best one to look for. But if we moved this to 48 and we anticipate that it's going to go to 58. Yes. I heard you.
Oh, no. Correct. Sorry. I was scratching my nose.
Okay. So notice this one, expensive. It's going to be $476, but it would be $4 in the money, thereabouts. And if it continues to rise into March, there's $12 of premium here on the long call spread, but only $5 on the downside. So you're still going to collect $7 if it moves all the way down and flies up to 70 or whatever. If we take it down into 70 and open up just a wee bit of margin, 66. Wow, isn't that interesting? It's
more expensive. Yeah, wow.
Wow. Okay. I know why. That's because we have only 16 volume and the bid ask has a spread that's 50 cents wide. That's why. Right? So the lower the volume, the tighter the range. So let's say, Emery, I don't want to spend that, but I do think that DraftKings has some upside pressure on it. You could easily go to the 55 and the 60 and then 65 because it's at the top of the range that I think it's going to run into March. And so that's only 78. That's only $78. Okay. So that's a nice one to look at. Easy ride into the space versus waiting for this 50 But, you know, both of them really pretty interesting trades. All right, let's talk next about Palo Alto Networks.
Perfect. I was hoping we were going to do this.
Yeah. So I heard you say, you know, you're very interested in Palo
Mhm.
Alto, and it's very close to the 200 level, right? And we know that that's one of those numbers that tells us a little bit about traders in general. It's already tested 200 twice. Okay. So this is what concerns me about this particular chart. Here's a high at the 200 zone, 207, and then did it kiss 200 today? Yes, it kissed 200 today and really backed off from these edges. And so what this formation looks like, if I were trading a 5-minute chart and I saw a high coming into a range that broke below a ton of support and bounced and then gave me a lower high, I would short it at the open of this candle on a 5-minute formation. This is one of my favorite formations to look at, especially near big fat round numbers. I call it, because I borrowed it from a trader on X by the name of JJ, a look above and fail. So when you look above that big fat round number, it fails. Wait for it to retest that big fat round number. And if it can't hold it, there's a short. And so it works on a 1 minute, works on a 3-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute. It's very sweet.
Okay.
Very, very sweet. Very low risk.
And
also.
The look above is the candle going above that area, then not closing and coming back in. Yeah, that's okay. I like
right
that.
There.
Shout out JJ for that.
Yeah. So this lower high tells me we're likely to compress back into this 180 range. Now, here's the fly in the ointment, because no pattern works perfectly every single time. It's making the series of higher lows in a generally upward trending Keltner band. However, even as we have moved higher, the Keltner band is pointing down. Now, that's usually volatility expansion, but to me, this is concerning. And so they did beat.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to talk about this, because the report was pretty good. They just traded down after the report. So
yeah, and that's got to do with that big fat round number. In my mind. So what can we do there? Well, I have a natural bias here in terms of where it can retrace to. And so this was the trade that we had on in the room a while ago. So this trade is really doing very, very nicely overall as it comes into the space. It's about doubled, but we're going to look at something new. And my thought would be, let's dig down into this further mechanic where we choose that 65-ish zone, the delta in the 60s, and we expect the price action to come into 185 to 180, right? So instead of we can do the 200 to 185, and then 15 points away, it's 70. Very expensive, right? Very, very expensive. So it's not ideal if you're looking for where they're coming into. Look at where all the traders have positioned here at 180. So let's choose that one as our middle
Perfect.
strike. We choose the 90, the 180, and the 170. Gives us 183. Still a little bit pricier, but it's got a super high probability into that space if that pattern holds. Now, how do you know if it's going in the wrong direction? You set an alert and you look for a day close above 200. Doesn't matter what else is going on, day close over 200, hit the fire escape. Trade's gone. So I'm going to put an alert here. Going to create that. It'll sit right there. All right. Is there anything you're thinking about Palo Alto that might make you go, but what if it does blow off and give us another look above and then it fades? Could I ride it to the top that way? So easily you can say, all right, well, maybe it's a shorter term trade. Maybe I'll choose the 14th of March or maybe even the 7th. And I'll say, listen, I think this thing is going from 200 to 210. Maybe it goes to 220. It gives you $1.23 and you're up there. Let's see if it's cheaper on the 14th. No, more expensive. So if you are so inclined to take the upper edge and say, I think it's got a heater on it, then you could choose the call side. But for me, I like the put side because of the technical formation that I like to see. And that is a blow off top around a big fat round number, a pullback that breaks old resistance, new support, and then a bounce that fails at that same big fat round number.
Okay. I would say from here, if it doesn't actually set a low beneath what looks like that 165.77, the bottom of that white candle, I would say if it trades down and does not break that low and we actually end up with a higher low, I would then flip and look for a move above 200 on that.
Exactly. Because what it's telling us when it does that is that the traders are attempting to defend the range. And that range is, $35 wide.
Okay. Sweet. So it looks like we do have time. Let's take a look at Hood.
Yeah, let's do it.
Look, I'm full of excitement. I don't know what to tell you, Anne-Marie. I'm a morning person and I get excited.
I found out this story. Do you know the kinds of arrows that Cupid carries in his quiver?
No.
Do you know anything about
I don't.
Those? Okay, so while we're looking at Hood, Cupid has two kinds of arrows in his quiver. One is a golden arrow, and the other is an iron arrow. Who he shoots with the gold arrow falls in love, first person they see forever. Who he shoots with an iron arrow, the first person they see, they'll hate them for the rest of their lives. And so Cupid is kind of a pesky fellow. Yeah, he's really kind of impish. And so he had a beef with a guy, one of the gods, and he knew that god was in love with a certain nymph. And he he knew they were going to be together, and he shot the god with the gold arrow and shot the nymph with the iron arrow. And so, yeah.
I'll tell you what, I did not think I was going to get a Cupid lesson here on Valentine's Day, but it turns out.
Hey, you never know what you're going to get from me. You never know.
We always stay on our toes for it. We appreciate that.
All right. So This is gigantic. Did you see how much money they're making from crypto volume?
Yeah, just why I think 700 million or whatever, or they were up 700% or whatever that was.
Shocking.
Huge.
Absolutely shocking. So this clearly is a breakaway. So let's see how big of a breakaway it is and what we might want to look for. All right, it's dancing at around that 300 level. And so this gap always leaves me concerned. My thought, I don't know if it's a runaway gap, but I'm sure everybody's piling in because, hey, it's Hood, right? So if you're thinking to yourself, I want upside, I believe that your strategy for the near term would be to get a strike that sits in the gap, right? Let's see where that gap begins. 55. Let's take a look at that one. So 55. 65. 75. Very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So here are where the traders are sitting. They're sitting at 65, 75, and then nobody's at 85. And the spread's not too bad there. So that's $1.88 if you're looking for upside move there. That probably is going to run like a scalded dog, to be honest. And then if per happenstance this happens, or it jams right up into the level, next time we're together, let's talk about how you can triage these getting close to expiration.
Okay. Good idea. Definitely mark that on the note sheet so we can get back to it. Real quickly, can you go back to the chart for a sec? Now I'll show you what I'm looking at here on Hood and why I positioned the way that I did. And
Yes.
if you wouldn't mind changing, this is a daily?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is. Okay. All right. So let's see. Yeah, let's zoom in a little bit there. Perfect. All right. So what we have here, the candle from yesterday pushed into a new price area, right? New all-time high here. And then it carved out that range, the top and the bottom of the candle. This is important to me because this is the setup of perhaps my favorite chart formation that I call the floating island. And the floating island has an unbelievable resolve to the upside percentage when it tests the bottom end of that gap candle and then holds. So if you look at today, it traded down. It did not breach the low. It did not quite get there, but it did not breach the low, and it started moving back up. Now, generally speaking, I like to wait this out 2 or 3 days just to see what that price action is, as opposed to taking it on day one, because you can always get head faked. But if you wouldn't mind punching up Palantir real quick, and we're going to take a look at that chart, and I'm going to show you why I was a little bit more aggressive today.
Did it have the same kind of breakaway?
It sure did. And boy, did it break away. And it was the exact same setup of that push into the new area post earnings. Look at what the candle did. Zoom in on that. So that first one, look at the range of that first white candle.
Yeah.
The second day, that candle came in, it breached the bottom of that candle barely and got bought right back up. That is your entry trigger. Look at what happened after that.
Yep.
It skyrocketed. It went to the top end of that first candle. It broke out from that range and it continued to run higher here. So the thought process for me.
You know why else that this is a beautiful setup? It's around one of those big fat round numbers.
Yep.
Look below and fail.
Yep.
Comes right below, comes right back up, initiates it. Big fat round number. Fantastic.
Yep. Love it. So I'm thinking here, if we get anything similar on Hood, I'm already going to be positioned in it. I basically nibbled on those 70 calls for March. So I've got plenty of time for this to end up working out here.
Okay. Sounds good. I love that.
Yep.
Love that. All right. I know you guys are getting ready for Sandy, right?
We are. So, all right, got a couple of minutes here. We will take a look back on this. Really good stuff here pretty much all week, Anne-Marie. I know we did a lot of stuff here this week and it was all awesome. So really good. We will see you next week.
Maybe.
Promise me.
Yes,
Promise
sir.
me you'll have a good weekend.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Okay. Take care, Anne-Marie. We will catch up with you next week. I was going to say pitchers and catchers report, but I'm not sure of the day. And I know that you're excited about that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'll see. That's starting up here pretty soon.
All
Anne-Marie,
the baseball's been streaming for days.
Yep. Have a good weekend. We'll see you next week.
Bye-bye.
That is Anne-Marie, folks. She is awesome. Hopefully you're enjoying some of these option plays. They continue to print, and we continue to find you the gold. With Anne-Marie departing, that leaves room for options. Sandy, let's bring her on, see how you're doing. Sandy, how are you today?
Good. How are you guys doing today?
Happy Valentine's Day. I see that you have red on for the occasion. Pretty good. Just got a lesson there about Cupid and their arrows. So
I know that was like really interesting. I need to study up on that.
News to me. You learn
about
something every day. So good stuff.
Yeah, Anne-Marie is a wealth of information. I love her butterflies.
So, all right, what do we got on deck here for Valentine's Day?
Ooh, we're going to be looking at some tech stocks like
Perfect.
NVIDIA, AMD, TSM, and check them all out. See what we got going on and go over our
that
Tesla
sounds
trade.
perfect. Options trading made simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Making sure my mic is on. All right. So happy Valentine's. So let's take a look at the market. So Tesla, I'm on Tesla because I didn't want to forget about going over our trade that we took last Friday. So last Friday, we were discussing Tesla and that Tesla had broken on Thursday, basically its Darvis support area. And on Friday, we ended up taking a put debit spread. Now, as soon as Monday opened, it gapped down. So we were in profit by 50%. I removed 3 contracts on that Monday, and then I let a couple of them run for the next couple days. And as we came up into Tuesday, we were up, I think, about close to like 98% on the remainder of those contracts. So I actually created a video on a follow-up for this Tesla play. And I was talking about how, like, oftentimes we get oversold. And that oversold level was that we were actually approaching this negative 200 line. Now, this is the wave. It's a proprietary indicator that we created. However, its foundation is on the CCI. So you can actually pull up the CCI from your studies on Thinkorswim or any platform, really, and then you'll be able to use it. And it's a momentum indicator, which is really nice to have on your chart since momentum drives price. And then, so as we were approaching that 200 range, I said, oh, at the end of the day, I'm going to close my Tesla puts. Now, we made about $300 in 2 days off of 5 put debit spreads, only because I closed most of the position really on Monday and let a couple runners go, but ended up closing Tuesday. $300 within a couple days was a great little passive income play, right? So that was a really nice trade to get into. And now you can see that Tesla has bounced. We bounced for 2 days, and you could see that trend line that I had identified during our trade. You could see that we broke above that trend line, and now we're just basically going sideways. Now, this could come back down here and actually come touch that, which was once resistance is now support, right? So it could come down here and retest it, and then it'll determine if momentum has enough strength to pop through the 0 line to head further, right? Because that's what we're really looking at here. Today it's weak, had 2 strong days. Today it's weak. We're still underneath the 20 on a day chart, which is definitely for swings, right? So we're still underneath the 20, still considered bearish. but we are making some progress on basically a return as well as a trend change. Price needs to get above that 20 as far as I'm concerned, the way that I review the charts. And then also momentum needs to get above that 0 line, so we could have some strength going and passing through that 20 EMA is what I like to use. And one of the things that I like to use the 20 EMA is that on any time chart, you could take a look at it and quickly identify where you're at. So on an hourly, as an example for Tesla, we're still above the 20. So on an hourly, we're actually still bullish. But when you start to get into the higher time frames, you could see that we're still underneath it and it's still acting as resistance. And until we actually break through on these higher levels, you're going to see basically a fake out at resistance zones, right? It's really trying to get enough strength to get above it, but we'll have to see if it can, see if the market flow will give it enough energy to break through that. So with that in mind, let's take a look at some tech stocks. And the reason is we, they've really been hit recently with the sideways action in the broader market. And now we're really looking to see a pump with institutional flow. So the first one I wanted to take a look at was NVIDIA. So NVIDIA here is really has been consolidating. This is a nice little area here. All week it's been consolidating, and you can see that it's just broken out of its point of control for this week's high and low. So this is an indicator. It's not on Thinkorswim, unfortunately, but I love it because it's just a quick visual to identify where your weekly expected move is. So drop me an email if you're interested in the indicator, and I'll get it over to you. It's Sandra@tradingmadesimple.org. How's that? So what we can do here is just immediately identify where the weekly expected move is high as well as the low. We're above the 20. You could see that we've broken out of the 100 range, which really shows some momentum here. Looking to see more of a push for NVIDIA, but actually looking constructive. Now, because we broke above that point of control, you could see that there was a Darvis band here. Darvis is just all about consolidation, identifying consolidation moves. And you can actually research that on Darvis. He's got an interesting story. But with consolidation comes either a breakout or a breakdown. And that's really what we're looking for, right? As trend traders, we're looking for a breakout or breakdown. This indicator identifies the trend. And then on a bigger time frame, like 4 hour, 1 day, you can really see some great momentum as it's breaking through. Typically means a higher probability trade for a continuation above that consolidation zone. Really simple, actually. So we could see that we broke out of the consolidation zone, which, gosh, lines up perfectly with point of control for our weekly expected move. And now it may come back, right? Which was once resistance, is now support, may come back, and that's going to be your perfect entry. So whenever you think you actually missed a move, you actually did not. If you have FOMO and you get into the move, then you have to suffer a pullback to support. So if you can develop some patience in your trading, and you could just say, hey, I recognize this just broke out on this time frame. This just broke out of point of control or a Darvis band or support and resistance. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for it to retest. And typically speaking, that's your A+ setup. Right? A B setup is you're just going to go long as soon as you break that resistance level. But oftentimes, as soon as you get into it, what ends up happening? It comes back. So with that, we're going to take a look at NVIDIA. Looking for this for a longer swing here. And you can see that we have resistance at 143. That's still a really nice move for weekly. I call it weekly passive income. If you can automate your trade and just have it play out. If you use a debit spread as an example, you don't even really need to automate. You can if you want to, but honestly, because they move so much slower, the risk is smaller, the reward is smaller, but it gives you diamond hands for those of you that are nervous out there with overnight swings as an example. So this is a great vehicle, but you do have to have authorization from your platform to do it. They just want to make sure that you can identify spread trading. So NVIDIA looking good. Reason I'm looking at NVIDIA and AMD. AMD here, I want to show it to you on a longer term time frame here. You could see that we've been downtrending, right? We had a high and then a lower high, and this just keeps on going down. But this actually looks like maybe we're either coming back up for a reversion to the mean trade, right? It's coming back up and it's touching the 20. What's the natural identification on this is a reversal play, right? You could say, if that holds as resistance, then this is a good reversal play for what? More downside action. So we did actually have a little bit of a double bottom here coming back up, looking to see if we break above 115.04. You could actually automate that trade on AMD. And let me show you how to do that really quick. So we have a trigger level. If you can identify on your chart a trigger level, that could be any support and resistance identifier. And so here I'm just using the 20. So if I hover over the 20, you could see the blue identifier right here at 115.05. So at 115.05, you could go long AMD, and then you don't have to worry about it next week if you like to sleep in on the West Coast like I do. So what you want to do here is you go to your trade tab, and we're going to pick 7 days out, and let's just go for a call, and let me show you how to do this. So as an example, if we said buy custom with an OCO, and this is if you're interested in putting in your stop as well as your take profit all in one order. It's a very simple procedure. So what you do is you come right over here to the gear icon, and you click it. Now, I know it's really small. That's the deal about Thinkorswim. So let me see. If I click it, you can see this order form comes up. And on this order form here, we can then go ahead and start filling out the bottom. Now, the bottom is the most important part of this form because you can do everything. Let me just move this. You could do everything pretty much right here if you wanted to, okay? So the reason, see all this right here, it matches this right here, okay? So what we're doing when we pull up this order form is to make sure that we actually put this through. And so this is what's important for automators. So what you're going to do is just click, and then as you click, it automatically defaults for you. So as it's defaulting on AMD, it defaults on Mark, which is fine. And then you have these triggers. Now, the first one is less than. The second one is greater than. And then if you ever have doubt, you could just look right down here, and this is your backup, right? It says the mark of the security is less than or equal to on this one. So now if I put it on the second one, it's going to say greater to. So now we were looking at 115.5. I always like to pad my automations based on my experience. And the reason is because oftentimes when we get into these, we're hitting resistance and we're looking for a break above. Oftentimes what price will do is it will just vacillate right there at your resistance zone. And so, you know, if it hits resistance and then stays there for 2 or 3 days, you're kind of losing premium on a short dated call, right? So in just, you know, as you start to become more familiar with automations and you start becoming more proficient, you start seeing these connections. And when you see these connections happen more than once or twice, what that enables you to do, right, is to learn from it and then change the way that you do things so that you're adjusting to what's happening. So now as automators, I'm thinking to myself, you know, every time we get to a resistance zone, I vacillate there for a couple days. I'd rather just wait for a nice right, a nice wave behind me to take me to the finish line. So in this case, because AMD, it moves decently, but we're at 115.05. I'm going to give it 115, let's say 35. I'm going to give it a couple more cents in there so that we can pass the 105, keep on going. So then what does that do? It just gives me like, you know, confirmation or confluence, right? That, hey, we got a little bit of movement here. We didn't just come. How many times have you been into a trade, guys, where you come, it just taps it, and then, immediately makes a U-turn and goes the opposite direction? So that's what I'm hoping for. Could you make this 115.50 as an example? Absolutely. Don't ever feel like the indicators or the identifiers that you have on your chart are like, this one thin line. It's not a thin line. It's actually a zone of movement. And so knowing that and becoming more comfortable with that, especially if you're an A-type personality like I am, like super detailed. And so, of course, you want to know every detail before you do something. You're going to have to get past that that issue. You're going to have to just realize that these guys are zones. And if you end up getting into this trade and then it makes a U-turn and stops you out, hey, it's a learning process for you as you continue. Plus the market environment, right? That's a completely separate issue. What is the market environment doing? Are we volatile, right? Are we at resistance again? It seems like every Friday we get here, we're always at resistance on these levels. So with that in mind, I have 115.35. And then what I'm going to do here, this part is already done. It's that simple. So now you're going to come up here. Imagine that. It's that simple. tradingmadesimple.org. You're going to come right over here and you're going to say, I'm going to buy the ask. Now, buying the ask, what that is telling the market makers is, hey, look, I'm willing to pay this call for the going price, the higher end of the going price. Now, bid is the lower side and when you're purchasing, right? And when you're selling, you're wanting to do the bid. And what that does is it makes you just an aggressive buyer and seller. And it's really nice for the automations because you want to get in and out fast with automations. So what we do, you can write this down, is you buy the ask, you sell the bid, and yeah, I think I had that on a stick 'em note for about 6 months until I got stuck in my jargon here. So with that in mind, we're going to do 115.35. This is a limit order, so we're not paying market. We're buying the ask. This is going to be a good till cancel now. Because I'm live with all the streams, this part isn't working. But remember what I said about like we could do all of this right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this order now. And then I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to say good till cancel. And so what that does now, right, is now regardless of when this actually happens, I'm in. If it doesn't happen by next Friday, this will all just disappear because the contracts expire. Now, what's going to be our take profit? Well, if we could get above that 20, you can see that now we're only midday right now. Now, this indicator right here does its calculations at the end of the day on Friday today. So tonight, it does the calculations for the expected move for the week. It gives it to us. But since we're midday, it's pretty dang close right now, depending on where we close, unless we have a big drastic move. So I'm going to say, hey, look, if we can break above the 20, we're going for the weekly expected high move. And that is around the 117. You could see it. It's green right here, 117.29. So because I like to go a little lower, I'm just going to hit 117. Now, you notice that when I got in, I went a little higher. But when I get out, I'm going a little lower. I want to be kind of the first one out. Why? Because we recognize that everybody has these zones. All the computers know about it. All the indicators know about it. All the traders know about it. So because we know what the expected move is, I'd rather be on my exit as I'm going up, right? Versus going up and then vacillating, going sideways, then getting me out. I'd rather be on the way up to my target and get out because your option contract's inflated with premium. So you actually get more profit if you exit basically on a green candle. So with that in mind, we're going to go back to our order, which is just right over here, that little tiny buttons all over the place with Thinkorswim. And then we're going to come over to our target. And here, now we could do a number of things here. We could just program it like I just said, or you can just actually click this and click trigger. When you hit trigger, these little triggers pop up. And that enables you to say, oh, I want to get out with, a 20% profit, 25% profit, or you can actually do the trigger on here. So I'm going to keep this on man, which means manual, and I'm going to go in and program this so you can get another example of how to program. So as I'm clicking the button, there we go. It's a little slow. So I'm just clicking. AMD pops into the box. Mark pops into the box. Greater or equal to is the second one. And you can see it right down here. And then I'm going to go right over here. And we said 117.29. So I'm just going to do 117. Can you get out a little early? Tab out of that box. And now you have your exit with your take profit all the way out, right? You got it all programmed. You're turning into a TOS programmer right now. Now we need to figure out this. And the reason I say we need to figure it out, not really figure it out. It figures it out for you. But when you come up here and it says that the option price is 267, we really don't know what the option price is going to be when AMD hits 117. So because of that is the reason that you have to change that. Now remember, we buy the ask and we sell the bid. And I already know this is not going to work. You can see it kind of flicker. So remember that sometimes what the automation will do is it will give you a price in here. So this is really saying, hey, I'm willing to be an aggressive seller, and right, I'm going to here, and it says plus $1, and I'm doing the bid, but I want an extra $1 here. And so what this will do is mess up your automation is what it'll do in short. So with that in mind, we're going to just hit 0, 0 all the time in this box. Now, once you have it like this, you are selling the bid. We know we can't move this until I get to the front end just because I'm streaming. And so now we have our take profit. So now we're going to save this. We're going to come over here and we're going to hit good till cancel. Now, you can see that the automation itself, the system, is actually kind of helping you. It says orders in the same OCO have to be the same time and force. And it's not going to let you submit it unless, you basically have the foundation of your automation correct. And that being that all of these need to be good to cancel. So that's kind of nice that the system kind of helps you do your programming. So now we're going to say, okay, what's my stop loss? Now, as a trader and you're looking at the chart, you could do this by two ways, right? You could look to see where your entry is, which was what was the blue line here? 115.30, I think, or 115.35 was our entry. So we could then say, hey, look, if it breaks below that 115.30 as an example, we could say 115. If it breaks below 115, then my thesis is off. We're going to be going sideways maybe next week, all week, right? So we're really looking for that oomph to get above that 20. So we could use that and just program the stock price in just like we did with the other two orders. Or you can make it really simple and just say, hey, I'm going to just put a trigger on this and I'm going to say a percentage of 20%. So now if I lose 20% as soon as I enter this trade, then get me out. And then now you have your take profit and you have your entry. That's it. You've completely mastered this right here. Now you could see it's not letting me submit it, but now I'm going to hit good till cancel. And now it's allowing me to actually enter the trade. So if we look at the confirmation box, you can see what this says. It says, buy this call when we're at or above 115.35, okay? And then sell this call when we're at or above 117, which is my target price for my take profit. And then, or, because remember in OCO, if you look right down here, you could see where it says first trigger is OCO, means one cancels the other. So as soon as one of these happen, then it will cancel the entire order. It'll cancel the other one. So either my profit's going to happen or my stop loss is going to happen. And when it does, it will close out the other order that's in the waiting file. So the only thing you have to be cognizant of is on Friday, if you have any value to this trade next Friday, then you need to close it out manually. You could just cancel and replace, or just cancel those working orders and then just close it out. Or you can put a market order in for a close at 3:30 in the afternoon, as an example, on Friday, so you don't have to worry about it if you're busy or traveling or whatever. So you just want to make sure that you close your order out so that you don't get assigned the shares. Remember, anything with value, you'll get exercise, just something to take in consideration. If you're exercise, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sky is falling and it's a terrible situation. It just means that you're going to have to reconcile with the broker because he just gave you a whole bunch of shares that you weren't expecting. Now, if that happens, as an example, at the close, right? And then, over the weekend, we have a complete gap down. You could have been in profit by a couple $100, but now because you have to settle that situation come Monday, now all of a sudden, you could be down. And so that's why we always recommend that, hey, on Fridays, just check your positions if you're an automator and just make sure you close your positions by 4 p.m. if you have any value. All right. All right. So we are good to go on this. So this says get me in at or above 115.35, get me out at 117, which is my profit target. And then also, if I get in and all of a sudden it makes a U-turn and I go down 20%, get me out. Now you send it. Our order is in. We don't have to worry about it. And this is a great way of doing analysis, right? How often do we do analysis and then don't do anything about it? We'll set up alerts. By the time the day happens, there's like 6, 7 alerts going off. You almost get desensitized to it. So this here allows you to do your analysis and then create your game plan, program it in, and then you don't have to worry about it the rest of the week, especially if you're doing swings. Now, we recommend swing trading because, day trading is fun and it increases the adrenaline and it's exciting. But honestly, it's, for me anyway, in my opinion, it's very difficult to make a consistent income. If you're looking at really, in my opinion, making a consistent income is about swing trading. And so we focus on swing trades as well as automation. What does automation do? Well, it makes you carry out your plan of action. So what we do is we actually have a watch list. We program all of our swing trades on the weekend, on Sunday nights together in our community, and then we let those play out during the week. It's a great passive way. And, it may take you about an hour on the weekend to put in like 5 to 7 tickers just because you're brand spanking new. But once you become proficient and you just repeat the motion, you become a master at automation. And then it takes you 15, 20 minutes a weekend. And that's it. So we ended up doing this live with our community. We started, I think it was July 1st with a $10,000 portfolio. We're at about 16.5 thereabouts. And so we made about a 66% return. And so some people will say 66% return since last July. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. And I just laugh because I'm like, yeah, but it took you 1 hour on the weekend. And that's a better interest rate than you get at the bank or with bonds. It's a nice way to supplement your portfolio if you're looking at different ways of creating some passive income. So that's tradingmadesimple.org. All right, we got a couple minutes here. Let's take a look at TSM. That was another one. I'm glad we got our automations in. And I'm surprised, no technology issues today. I'm getting better. I'm great with technology. It's funny because I'm not really good with technology, but yet a long time ago, I was just so determined to learn automation, which is hilarious when you think about it, since I'm not good with technology. But here I am. And so here we are. So you could see the TSM right now on a day chart, right? Coming, look at it. It came down. It broke through the point of control. The white line here on a weekly is the point of control. And then you have your resistance and your support levels for your expected move. You could see that as soon as it broke down, it did a little fake out, as I often tell you. And then what? Big gap down. And now what are we doing? We're actually touching our weekly expected move lower level. This is very interesting. So TSM not doing very good here. Having some option flow in today. So looking at this and look at the momentum on a day, boy, that looks terrible. And it looks like it's heading even lower. So this is an interesting, because you could actually automate this one, right? So as we look at stocks, I'm telling you guys, if you're not into automation, even if you're not even a trader and you don't know how to trade, if you learn automation first, you're literally, I mean, 5 years ahead of a normal person going from point A to point Z in the so-called old school, options trading. And you'll just learn how to automate your trades based on support and resistance and point of control. So really, what am I looking at? I'm looking for TSM to break down from this lower level here. But even if it does, you can see the Darvis bands on a day. So it's been trading in this big range for a while. And look at this uptrending trend line here. So we broke above it. And look where the 20 is located. Broke above it, broke below it, broke above it, broke below it. Consolidation, right? In this big zone. So this is the big zone that Darvis is identifying. So really, what could we do here? We could come down here and do a double bottom before we actually start to see, is it going to break the bottom and go lower, or is it going to make a U-turn and start to repair itself, right? This this actually looks like a short, guys. This looks like a really nice short. Too bad I only have 1 minute left. I would do it. I'm going to do an automation on TSM if it's breaking this little zone area. Today's low was 197.46. I would say 197. 197. I'm writing it down because right as soon as I get off the air, I'm going to program this one in as well. So this looks like a nice short for next week. And where's it going to? It's going right over here to this Darvis level, which is 192.36. Remember, you can just pad either or and get that in. But TSM looking weak. Well, guys, it's about that time. I hope you have a lovely Valentine's Day, and we'll see you next week. By the way, tradingmadesimple.org if you want to learn more about it. Oh, and you know what? I did open up a new school community. I don't know if you've heard of SKOOL, but real inexpensive school community to provide option flow as well as education and live training. So I do have a VIP service, which is, it's a VIP service. That's why they call it VIP. And then I wanted to make something like very reasonable for anybody to start learning about automation, as well as getting some trade ideas, watch lists, and option flow. So that is SKOOL.com/Trading Made Simple /about. And you can learn more about it there. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.